Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special business meeting of the District of Squamish for Tuesday, June 16th. At the following, Quistolukmuk, Blas Squamish, Owemayo. We are meeting on the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation, although meeting virtually. May I have a motion to adopt the amended agenda? Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Any notice of motion, Council? Seeing none. We do not have any items under number 4. We are still working on how we incorporate public comments, so we don't have 5 today. So we'll move on to item 8A. This is first reading of District of Squamish zoning bylaw number 2200/2011. This is on amendment around short-term rentals. So I will turn it over to Ms. Phillip and Ms. McCann.
Thanks very much, Mayor Elliott. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Asia Phillips, planner at the Community Planning Department, and with me today is Sarah McCann, community planner, and yes, we're talking about short-term rentals for first reading. Thanks so much. Sarah's going to be running the presentation, so I'll still be asking her to forward the slides to me. So today we're bringing the short-term rentals bylaws forward for first formal reading. It's the first step towards enacting the short-term rental regulations for the district. We hope to keep the presentation tight. We're going to focus on addressing comments raised by Council at the March 10th Committee of the Whole workshop. We're going to run through the key provisions in the bylaws, and we're going to review the implementation and monitoring program that will be rolled out upon enactment of the bylaws. And just a quick check-in, can everybody hear me okay? Great. Can you move to the next slide, Sarah? So just a quick touch on the 4-stage short-term rental project work plan. It was initiated in October 2018. We're now transitioning. We're moving from phase 3 into phase 4, shown with the stars for the formal bylaw approvals process. And subject to approval, we would move into the implementation of the short-term rental regulations through licensing, monitoring, and enforcement. Next slide, please. For today's presentation, I'll first review the project goals to get us started. I'm going to recap the March 10th workshop feedback. We heard from all of you. We'll run through a snapshot of the current STR market and speak to COVID-related tourism impacts. And then I'll run through the key provisions of the suite of short-term rentals bylaws before passing it along to Sarah to review the implementation plan, including inspection and monitoring aspects. Next slide. So we're going to show the 6 overarching goals for the short-term rentals project on this slide. With the rapid growth that we've seen in short-term rentals in Squamish and concerns about how these might be impacting our long-term rental market, the district's short-term rental regulatory review was initiated in response to a variety of recent policies. These include the 2016 Affordable Housing Task Force recommendations to develop policy and resources around enforcement of short-term rentals. There was a 2017 Squamish Integrated Housing Solution Group community call to action to support housing first by increasing core housing supply as well as protecting existing rental stock. And in 2019, the Affordable Housing Program Strategy and Action Plan also called for policy to manage short-term rentals. Regulating short-term rentals supports Council's strategic plan Housing Affordability Priority Area with goals to increase rental housing and diversity of housing. Next slide. So at the March 10th Committee of the Whole workshop, Council provided feedback to staff for further consideration and our response. These are summarized at a high level on the slide. I'm going to speak to the alternative path to legalize as well as locational considerations. but then I will address the business license fee aspects and parking requirements when I run through the key provisions of the proposed zoning bylaw and the fees and charges amendment. And then Sarah will speak to the implementation grace period, as well as inspection details, and also program monitoring and tracking measures. So on the alternative path to legalize existing short-term rentals, rezoning and temporary use permit applications are being proposed as an alternative path so that we can consider legitimizing individual existing short-term rentals that do not meet Option C regulatory framework, such as short-term rentals operating in secondary suites or accessory dwellings. A site-specific rezoning or temporary use permit approach allows for situational context and neighborhood-specific evaluation of the short-term rental use. It would trigger notification and the opportunity for the neighborhood and the general public to comment. Council consideration of these individual specifications would occur through our normal legislative processes. If we receive a large number of these types of applications, then processing will require additional staff resources, and it could impact the processing time for other rezoning and development applications, as well as taking up time on council's agendas. Formal criteria against which to consistently evaluate these type-specific short-term rental rezoning and TUP applications could be brought forward, and we could incorporate these criteria into the official community plan. So in line with this, staff are also recommending preparation of an OCP amendment bylaw that would be in it, that would add in the short-term rental evaluation criteria, and we could develop these while we proceed towards adoption and implementation of the Option C regulations. So moving to locational considerations, regulating short-term rentals based on location, such as by street or neighborhood or other geographical reference, was considered when we were doing the initial research phases of the FDR project. Staff don't recommend revisiting locational approaches at this time. We feel that it would introduce further complexity and tracking demands, and it could make the short-term rental program more difficult to manage. So we really want to operate on the KISS method here and keep things as simple as possible. Next slide, please, Sarah. So we would be remiss not to speak, at least at a high level, to the local effects that COVID-19 has had on our tourism and accommodation sector. These effects are very significant and extensive. Interestingly, when you look at the numbers, according to our third-party monitor, Host Compliance, we're not seeing large declines in the number of short-term rental units that are being listed in our community, but this doesn't reflect the huge hit that all of our accommodation providers have taken. The hotel occupancy rate in April 2020 was 14%, according to Tourism Squamish, and this is in stark contrast to the typical annual occupancy rate, which range in the 60 to 70% over the past few years, and which is even higher in the summer months. And further, the March MRDT, so municipal and regional district tax remittance for this year, for March, was 2% of what it was in March 2019, so 1 year ago. Our key stakeholders in Tourism Squamish and the Chamber of Commerce have continued to voice concerns around the impacts of regulation on the tourism sector, and in their recently submitted letters, they've requested that the district consider pausing the process until impacts to the sector and our broader economy have stabilized and are better understood. So while we recognize that the current situation is extremely tough for the tourism industry right now, we also want to acknowledge that the district has been working towards these regulations since early 2018, and we want to continue to work closely with our stakeholders, including Tourism Squamish and the Chamber, to continue to monitor and assess sector impacts caused by COVID. And moving forward with initial short-term rental regulation, we'll set this licensing framework in place so that as BC carefully restart, short-term rental operators under option C can obtain a license and legitimize their rental operations. Next slide. So we're now going to run through the suite of short-term rental bylaw amendments, which are based on option C. So a familiar graphic here is we're showing this to summarize where we've landed with option C. This is being the recommended short-term rental program starting point. We're recommending an initial precautionary approach towards regulation. It is a more restrictive approach that only allows for short-term rentals in a principal residence and doesn't permit the short-term rental of suites or coach houses. Under option C, a principal resident can rent out bedrooms in their dwelling while they're present at the home, so that's the shared model or a traditional bed and breakfast model, or they can rent out their entire dwelling unit while they're away, as long as they're living in the unit for a minimum of 5 months a year. An operator or host would apply for and obtain a business license, and they would need to meet various safety requirements. Next slide, please. So the key provisions provided in the zoning amendment bylaw include allowing short-term rentals in all residential zones in Squamish. This includes multifamily residential, mixed commercial and residential zones, as well as comprehensive development zones where residential dwelling uses are permitted. The short-term rental has to be the principal residence of the operator, and the short-term rental of suites and coach houses or any other structures that are not a dwelling unit are not permitted. So based on Council's direction from March 10th, the parking requirements have been revised for single and two-unit dwellings. We're proposing to tie the number of bedrooms offered in the short-term rental unit. So the revised parking seeks to strike a balance between requiring too many spaces and not requiring enough spaces. And it's important to note here that the parking requirements were not changed for multifamily dwellings, and this is due to the fact that multifamily cannot create any additional parking spaces normally, as everything has been built out. So the proposal for single and two-unit is 1 space for every 2 bedrooms used for short-term rental, up to a maximum of 3 spaces, which would be located on the property. Next slide. So for the business license amendment bylaw, this is really the meat and potatoes of where all the short-term regulations are living, and they're summarized here. So key provisions include requiring a business license. It's limited to 1 license per operator, and it's also limited to 1 license per dwelling unit. Safety requirements include the provision of an emergency contact person who would need to be available at all times to guests and who could attend to the unit and make it there in under 3 hours if necessary. We're requiring a fire safety plan to be posted, as well as the contact information for district bylaw enforcement and emergency and non-emergency RCMP and fire services. Next slide. So based on council feedback as well, the business license fees are proposed to be changed. We originally had a $200 flat fee, and we've shifted that to a more nuanced and more progressive tiered fee structure, which is shown in the table here. Also note that we've added a new category called non-principal residence unit, and this has been included as a placeholder if there are future short-term rental site-specific rezoning or TUP applications that are approved and are unable to meet the option C criteria. And that's the $3,000 license fee. This tiered license fee allows for occasional rentals through a monthly license option or frequent rentals through an annual license option. And it structures the fee amount in a more equitable way, which is based more on rental frequency and the type of unit. So these revised fee structures aim to achieve full cost recovery for short-term rental administration and enforcement activities. But we really don't know what the license uptake and distribution will be, and so I need to emphasize that staff need to monitor this closely and likely will adjust the fees after the first couple of years through keeping a close eye on monitoring and evaluation. Next slide. So on the enforcement side, just please note that the two enforcement amended bylaws have been removed from the agenda today. They won't be considered for reading during today's meeting. The short-term rental enforcement amendments are being consolidated into housekeeping updates of these two bylaws, which are currently being completed by legislative services staff, and they'll be bringing the consolidated amended bylaws forward to the July 7th council meeting for initial reading. But the key thing about these short-term rental enforcement amendments is that the contravention rate has been set at $500 per contravention, and we've tied the contraventions to various aspects of the business licensing. So those are listed here as well. And with that, I'm going to pass it along to Sarah, and she can drive her own bus now.
Thanks so much, Asia. Sarah McKenna here. Can everyone hear me okay? Super. Apologies for the clunky presentation slide advancing. I should have left it to the professional, Sandra. So bear with me as I try to keep working here, but I've got lots of screens open, so it's a bit more intense than I thought. Okay, so in March, staff outlined the proposed short-term rental implementation plan, including the specific resources and the staffing roles and other elements that are required to administer, enforce, and track the FDR licensing and compliance program over time. And so we just wanted to quickly recap the projected implementation rollout and provide some additional inspection details as requested by Council at the last short-term rental workshop in March. So, following the Phase 4 bylaw approvals process, the short-term rental program would launch upon enacting the FDR bylaw amendments, and subject to Council's direction to proceed, based on a September 2020 adoption scenario, we've built in a 3-month grace period as proposed to run from essentially October through December until the end of 2020, which would allow for fulfillment of existing bookings through 2020 and also accommodate the winter holiday period that happens in December. And this grace period would apply to all existing short-term rental operators, both those who qualify for the business license under the new regulations under Option C, and those who do not qualify, such as non-principal residence operators. The fulsome compliance and enforcement program would therefore be planned to be in full swing by 2021. This would include safety self-inspections through the licensing program, plus the 1 in 5 year inspection program. And of course, as we go, we continue to address complaints or life safety considerations and issues for short-term rental operations that will continue as they have been. There is a proposed monitoring and evaluation program that we've been detailing all along in the staff report throughout the phases, and that would include annual report backs to evaluate the program and the regulations on an annual basis, and engagement with the community, tourism, business, accommodation, and housing sectors. So this table summarizes the implementation roles and resourcing for the short-term rental program at year 1 for launch. So resourcing for business licensing and the safety inspections program will be handled within the existing budget and current staffing levels. There has been a service level change for bylaw enforcement, so that's been increased and approved in this year's budget to support this program. It's one full-time equivalent resourcing addition that would be shared between planning for enforcement of the short-term rental program, as well as enforcement around solid waste. Safety inspections would be led primarily by Squamish Fire Rescue, with some auxiliary support by our building inspectors where it comes to building-specific issues. As recommended and worked through with fire, we are looking at a 1 in every 5-year inspection target. For administration and monitoring, the program management does require oversight by the planning department within our work plan, and also additional costs for contracting a third-party monitor. This has been estimated at $16,000 based on the number of licensing anticipated. And this will be brought into our 2021 budget to provide for that monitoring and compliance support. And so with the licensing fees and revenues, there's aim to achieve 100% cost recovery for the bylaw enforcement and the monitoring service. And this is based on, as Asia said, this is these are estimates, and we don't have that information around licensing uptake. But if we look at a scenario where we see 50% compliance as the base case, then we would be able to, the cost recovery is based on that. And so as we will need to review this very closely as we move forward, and if cost recovery is not achieved, we will have to reevaluate and reconsider rates. In March, Council asked for some additional detail and clarity on inspections for compliance. And so this highlights that the inspection program encompasses both operator self-inspections as well as district inspections. This follows what a lot of communities are doing around the inspection piece. Operator self-inspections would utilize the checklist that's been attached and require documentation for business license. This would be required at initial application, but also for annual renewals. And the self-inspection checklist was developed in concert with Squamish Fire, as well as our building inspectors. In addition, regular inspection process that has been generated with Squamish Fire Rescue has set out the high-level target to inspect all annual licenses every 1 in 5 years. And this inspection frequency will depend, as Asia said, on the volume of licenses that we have, as well as the capacity of inspection resources. Depending on licensing, this may amount to 12 and up to 48 inspections per year, or 1 to 4 inspections per month. The frequency inspections will prioritize life safety and high frequency rentals and use Squamish Fire Rescue's existing risk-based assessment protocol. As mentioned, Squamish Fire Rescue would lead these inspections and involve buildings where fire separation and exiting issues exist. And hitting the inspection target will depend on existing resources. And there is low capacity on inspections, but also they fluctuate significantly throughout the year. Short-term rental business license fees have therefore not been set to recover the cost of Squamish Fire Rescue or building inspections. And again, that monitoring is really critical as we move forward. Monitoring for compliance and enforcement, as I mentioned, will involve that third-party monitoring service. We are able to identify listings across multiple online accommodation platforms and provide address identification with the increased third-party monitoring services. And I'll just pause there for a moment. And then also just to mention that bylaw enforcement resources. Bylaw is the frontline primary resource for enforcement activities. Finally, we just wanted to highlight that ongoing careful monitoring is really critical to the implementation and measuring the impacts of the program over time. In the staff report, we have included in Appendix 1 a table, as was shown in March, with the various metrics that will be tracked and analyzed to evaluate how the program is functioning in the context of the greater housing and accommodation supply in our rental market health. We want to highlight that there's no single metric, but there's really a constellation of metrics that we need and intend to follow to holistically understand our housing and rental market health. So the types of things that we have been looking closely at include renter and owner household data, median incomes, core needs, the number of units that we have for supportive, affordable market, non-market, and purpose-built rental housing. We also have a secondary rental unit stock, secondary suites, coach houses, as well as sort of units that haven't been enumerated because they haven't been on legal suites. And so we are doing the best that we can with the data that we have. We also are drawing from our own data around utility numbers and also external data such as BC assessment data for the number of suites. But we recognize it's not perfect. And some of the data sets also don't tell the whole story, such as rental vacancy rates. And so we acknowledge some of the limitations to the data in the staff report. A lot of these indicators are also part of our official community plan, OCP performance monitoring program. And then we've also been relying on the detailed assessment around core housing needs over time based on the affordable housing strategy and the work of McCullough that happened in 2018. We do see that clearly available housing is not meeting the need for affordability and incomes across the community. And then further to that, there's also additional data sets that we are drawing from to better understand our tourism sector data. As noted in March, we were able to bring forward in our presentations in concert around accommodation inventories, visitor data, visitor spending, length of stay, economic impacts, and how the short-term rental accommodation plays into that. Finally, we'll be able to track short-term rental business license data, and that will be brought to the fore through our monitoring program so that we can measure and evaluate these different metrics and the effects of enacting regulations to formalize short-term rentals within the community. So all of this to say that this will inform future decisions and any necessary program changes and course corrections. I'm going to pass it back over to Asia now for the recommendations. And you can see that we've struck out a couple of the bylaws here.
Thanks, Sarah. So for the zoning amendment bylaw 2695, this is being brought forward for first reading only at council's direction. The remaining 4 amended bylaws are procedural, so that's the licensing, fees and charges, municipal ticket information, and bylaw notice enforcement. And as such, these 4 bylaws don't trigger the same public hearing requirement and are typically considered for 3 readings at once prior to council's consideration of adoption. So it's a little bit confusing the way it's phrased here. But for this reason, we're bringing the business license amended bylaw 2696 and the fees and charges amended bylaw 2697 forward for consideration of first, second, and third readings. And we would then pause these 3 bylaws until the zoning bylaw amendment process is caught up. And then I also just wanted to reiterate that the meeting agenda was shifted to remove consideration of the municipal ticket information amended bylaw 2698 and the bylaw notice enforcement amended bylaw 2699, as these amendments are being consolidated with the other housekeeping amendments that legislative services is carrying out at this moment, and that these 2 enforcement bylaws will be brought forward to that July 7th council meeting for initial reading. And with that, Sarah and I are done our presentation, and we'll pass it back to Mayor and Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McJanet and Ms. Phillip. Council, I forgot to read our electronic meeting participation blurb, so I have to do that now, just in case you've forgotten. We are meeting electronically, some people by video, others by phone. So when a council member disconnects or reconnects, if you can just alert us so that we can record this in the minutes. Council members are to identify themselves when they advise the chair that they wish to be placed on the speakers list. If you're on the screen, raise your hand. If you're on a phone, just say chair. With respect to a vote, council members are only required to state a nay vote. No statement is required if the member is in favor. Please put your computer or telephone on mute at all times unless you wish to speak, and that goes for staff as well. Council members shall be involved in and participate in the meeting. Please text the corporate officer if you are having technical difficulties. Otherwise, if we're having technical difficulties on our side, we will recess for 10 minutes to get that sorted out before connecting everyone back to the meeting. So with that, I will now open the floor to questions for Ms. McJanet and Ms. Phillips. And I just want to preface this to the public by saying there is no opportunity for the public to speak at first reading, which is why we are moving this forward. We will make sure that our technology solution does allow for public participation if and when we get to a point where we're holding a public hearing. So in the meantime, people can still submit their comments to council and to planning staff electronically. Council, questions? Councillor Pettengill and then Councillor Race.
Thank you.
Anderson and Stoner.
Thank you. First one, a little bit of a procedural. It sort of talks about all three together, asks about all three. And I understand, like in the commentary earlier, unless I misheard, I think you said that 2696 is where a lot of the meat is. But in the agenda, it actually says it's housekeeping. And so I'm just wanting to understand that disconnect. And it also seems that 2696 and 2697 are really quite dependent on the first 2695, which we're only getting first reading. But those two are getting 3 readings, potentially. And if we give them those 3 readings, doesn't that sort of imply to the public that we've kind of already made our mind up? And so I'm wondering, from a process perspective, shouldn't we not be moving faster on the dependent resolutions?
Go ahead, Ms. Phillips.
Yeah, thanks, through the mayor, and also maybe I'll invite Robin as the corporate officer to speak to this process afterwards, but I think it's entirely at council's discretion to determine how many readings to give each of the various bylaws, and just that we, in approaching how we might position this for council, we thought we'd stick with the normal process, which is for more of the legislative related and procedural related bylaws, we would propose 3 readings, but that is entirely at council's discretion to make that determination.
Yeah, Ms. Arthurs, if you want to add to that.
I can just unmute you. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. I don't have video, sorry. So regulatory bylaws typically get 3 readings at one time. They're not the same as a zoning or an OCP amendment where a public hearing is required. So what happens is it gets 3 readings at one time, and then they sit until such time as the zoning related bylaw is ready for adoption. And that's just the way that regulatory bylaws, such as the business license one or even any of the enforcement ticketing bylaws, they don't normally get a single reading, but that does not preclude council from giving it first reading. It's just unusual.
Okay, thank you. I'll maybe come back to that one in my comments.
Just a second,
I guess-
Councillor Pettengill. Ms. Phillips.
Yeah, thanks very much. Through the mayor, I just wanted to add also, Councillor Pettengill, reference to housekeeping. And when we originally came forward to request bylaw number assignment to all 5 of these bylaws, we thought we would try to incorporate some housekeeping items, particularly for the noise enforcement bylaw around the boulevard maintenance, or I think it's called the frontage improvement bylaw. So we thought we would roll up housekeeping items, and those have not been included in the license bylaw. So I just wanted to speak to that aspect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just wondering, in terms of the inspections that are outlined, how that would compare if the same suite was on the long-term rental, available for long-term rentals would be privately. How would the inspection requirements differ, and what's our rationale for any differences? Because my understanding is between a short-term rental and long-term rental, in terms of the impact of the lack of inspection, the impact would be most felt by the tourism industry, I think, but they don't seem to be asking for this. So I'm just wondering if you can speak to that.
Sure. Through the mayor, I'll take a crack at it. I don't know if Fire Chief Phil Stoner is on the call as well, or if he can be promoted to a participant. He might want to add to this as well. Basically, the district doesn't want to get into regulating long-term rentals, except for that initial legalization through the building permit review process. So if someone came in to legalize their secondary suite, they would apply for a building permit, and there would be a building inspector going out for one single inspection. It wouldn't be rolling, and they would, in theory, never return back to that unit. But it would receive building permit issuance, and that is the main difference. Whereas the short-term rental inspections are treated more as this being a commercial operation, and there would be rolling inspections that would occur 1 in every 5 years. So say if a short-term rental operator was operating for 10 years, then in theory, Squamish Fire Rescue would be through their unit at least 2 times within those 10 years to make sure that everything is in compliance.
Okay, thank you. And I'm wondering if, and I did get a chance to look back through the old reports, but do we have a sense of how many unoccupied suites there are? So, I mean, suites that an investor or someone has purchased it, and it's not long-term rental, it's not short-term rental, it's just fully vacant, and how that compares to Airbnb rates?
I'll take a crack at this as well. We don't have a good handle on how many vacant suites there are. We have homeowner grant data, whereby we can really track what is a closed property, someone's principal residence, the place where they live. But if it's an investment unit, then that person can't claim the homeowner grant. So we have those numbers, but the numbers we don't have a handle on are what is being rented out in the long-term rental market that is not that purpose-built rental unit. So you could consider that as a secondary long-term rental market that's not tracked currently at the staff level, and that's not tracked by CMHC or any other authority. Sarah, did you want to add to that?
No, I think that you covered that well. Thank you.
So,
One more,
I
Councillor
think-
Pango.
Sure. I'm wondering about the 30-day sort of cutoff in the bylaws, and I'm just sort of thinking, you know, looking at the data and talking to people, it seems there are a small handful that are kind of renting their suites full time, but there's a number where it's much more periodic. And so I'm thinking, you know, if someone's in a situation, they have to make a shift to comply with their bylaws, maybe they do 2 30-month rental periods in the summer. That gives them roughly the same amount of money. There's high demand in the summer, and then the rest of the time, parents can stay there, they've got childcare and all those sorts of things happening. But the end result is, you know, compliant with short-term rentals, but that unit's still not available for the long-term rental market. And so I guess I'm trying to understand why we think with a 30-day, like why not 60 or 90? Doesn't that need to be a longer time period to really ensure that these are long-term, if that's our goal?
Sure, through the mayor. The 30-day, month-long license option was where we landed as kind of a happy balance between not creating too many options, thinking that individual operators could come forward and get more than one monthly license through a year if need be. But if they were doing it, I mean, the way that the fees are sort of structured, if they're going for longer than 3 or 4 months, then it's going to make sense for them to come in and get an annual license. We can modify the fee structure to allow for more flexibility or more options, such as like a 4 or a 6-month license. But we thought we'd start with a simple division between having a month option and the annual option, bearing in mind that we didn't set any limit or cap to the number of monthly licenses that somebody could come in and get in a year. Did that address what you were asking, Councillor Pettingill?
No, sorry, maybe clarify. So as the bylaws are written, as long as I say there's a minimum 30-day stay, I could do that once or twice a year, and I wouldn't be considered a short-term rental under our bylaws. And yet, the suite would still be unavailable for long-term rental if I was doing that. And so if we put that sort of that 90 days is a minimum stay or 120 days, then it's much, you know, I think it pushes people much more towards a long-term, it would seem. So I'm wondering, you know, because again, the 30-day cutoff, and if you're above that, it seems that's quite feasible to pretty much still do a short-term rental.
Yeah, I understand what you're asking now, and I don't have much to add to that except to say that the 30 days is in line with the Residential Tenancy Act. So if you're looking to secure a rental, it's considered that 30 days you fall under that act. And so our bylaws are lined up with that. This is the 30 days, it actually ranges from municipalities, say 28 or 29 days or 31 days, but roughly that 1 month period. Most other municipalities, short-term rental bylaws do define it in that similar approach.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Race and then Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. First of all, I wasn't here in the March 10th meeting, and as it turns out, I probably won't be here in the July 7th meeting, so forgive me if I go sort of a little bit outside the agenda today. But I guess one of the questions I had was, I just want to understand correctly, what we're saying when we proceed with this bylaw is that in addition, we intend to develop some criteria in the OCP around the possibility of I'll call it spot zoning or spot TUPs, almost like a Pemberton model, so many per neighborhood and so forth. Is that correct? And do we have any kind of a timeline for that?
Sure, Sarah.
Thanks, Councillor Race, through the mayor. Yeah, what's been brought forward has always been a possibility around rezoning. So at any time, the district, someone could submit an application for a spot zoning to allow a property to rent on a nightly basis. We wanted to provide a little bit more context for that opportunity and also some criteria. So as noted in the report, we've included details around criteria that, for example, Revelstoke and Rockland have included in their official community plan that set some standard criteria for consideration on individual case-by-case short-term rental applications. And it just depends on where Squamish would like to go in terms of the additional criteria around density and, we've provided some examples around that. So we wanted to initiate some discussion and see where council is at with the criteria development.
Thank you. And one more question this time, and I'll have some comments later, I think. And I know I don't think we're actually dealing with that particular bylaw today, but when we're talking about fines, are these something that would find their way onto the title if they were not paid, like unpaid taxes? Or is it just the debt that we have to somehow chase down?
I'll just acknowledge that I don't know whether those fines eventually make their way onto title or not. I'm not familiar or experienced enough with the bylaw notice enforcement for the MTI criteria, but I would invite perhaps Robin or Gary might also, or Natasha might have a check on whether some of our other aspects of the bylaws are registered on title ever.
We'll just go to Miss Arthurs.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. Robin Arthurs, General Manager, Corporate Services. So what happens, we have a few different options, and registering fines on taxes doesn't normally happen. What we do is we send out several letters and make attempts to collect, and if that's not successful, we have two options, a fork in the road. We either go to a collection agency whereby they get a percentage of what's collected, or we register against the person's credit at the credit bureau, and that's often the most efficient way of collecting.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Got Councillor Stoner, then Councillor Anderson, followed by French, Hereford, and then myself.
Thank you. So my first question, I think, follows on from one I talked to Pettitions, which is around the level of auditing. So we don't do something similar for FDR. Do we do something similar for other types of accommodation businesses in terms of active enforcement or auditing?
Through the mayor, in response, I'll have Bill Stoner weigh in on this if he is available, but to my knowledge, Squamish Fire Rescue does regular inspections of commercial businesses. They are, I believe, working towards a model where there is more of a self-inspection or the commercial business submits something saying that, yes, we've taken the right safety measures that we need to, but what we're proposing for short-term rentals is very much in line with how Squamish Fire Rescue conducts their commercial inspections.
Yeah, Bill Stoner, Fire Chief, District of Squamish. I think Asia did, we do inspect commercial properties, and I know that would include hotels, and we would have inspect hotels. More frequency, probably on a 1 every year or 1 every 2 year type of frequency.
Okay, wonderful. That's very good context now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
My second question is around the license fee structure, and I'm just curious on a few things. First is where the proposal of this, the proposal of the $3,000 for the non-principal residence unit came from, and how that relates to the other business license fees that a commercial operator, accommodation operator might be charged.
Sure. So the basis for including a much higher fee was partly as more of a disincentive towards not wanting to encourage secondary suite short-term rental. So that was maybe the foundation for that starting point, but also bearing in mind that, to our knowledge, not doing it maybe to the same high frequency as somebody using their non-principal residence unit.
And then can I just also clarify, so somebody who is running a commercial accommodation operation would also be taxed differently, so they're taxed under a commercial tax rate, whereas we don't have the opportunity to do that here. So this is means to kind of level that playing field. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes, that's correct. We still need to confirm with BC assessment, particularly BC assessment is very keyed into rezoning that happened, and so if there was a rezoning and say that the proposal was to go to a commercial tourist accommodation zone, then I would expect that their base taxation and classification by BC assessment would shift. And some of that, Sarah and I still need to do some digging into. We don't have the answers to that.
Mr. Vilniskis, did I see your hand? Just take yourself off mute.
Sorry, thank you. Just wanted to add that there is, as I think was mentioned in the presentation, there's a bit of uncertainty of what the cost recovery rate is going to be for the service. So we're setting the fees, a little higher for those high frequency users, and I think that after year one, we will review all of the fees and how they relate to cost recovery and probably make some adjustments.
Thank you. Just one further question, is that all right?
Yep, go ahead.
I was curious in terms of the process for that rezoning component, recognizing that it may potentially add a substantial amount of additional work. Are there any types of TUPs that are delegated to staff? And is that a process that we could potentially use, recognizing the first few we may want to have come through council, but is that an opportunity to streamline that process?
Ms. McJenna?
During here, through the mayor, I wanted to highlight that through our land development procedures bylaw, that's where the criteria for delegated approvals for TUPs sit. And currently that bylaw includes a delegation sort of threshold of 185 square meters of space. So with that in mind, depending on the size of the unit, the delegation criteria may be met there, but it does depend on the nature of the specific application. And when we created that delegation bylaw, we were not considering tourist accommodation, and so we would probably revisit that bylaw as well to relook at the criteria based on council direction.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. I note that you emphasize once again the importance of monitoring, that it's critical, that there's a suite of tools involved. I'm wondering as to what extent it is a burden. We do, of course, do have a third-party monitor discussed here, but otherwise in the organizational impact, there isn't other aspects of monitoring are discussed. In the discussion of long-term rental incentives, you introduced the proposed housing agency that will be formed in future, that it may have a role in a home matching or property rental program. I'm wondering about other prospective roles for that housing agency. You state under the summary, staff will continue to seek and apply systematic and objective methodologies to track both FTR and LTR unit trends, along with market trends, vacancies, affordability. And maybe I'm thinking ahead or to the discussion we will have about when we set up that agency and assign terms of reference to it. But is there a burden in this monitoring? Would there be some relief for planning department or some of the suite of tools we're using now or planning to, by allocating some of that monitoring to the new housing agency? Is that done elsewhere? Do other municipalities all have a MACOLA contract? I'm wondering if you've made any observations about this. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. McJenna, let's not speculate on the housing thing, but let's answer the context question.
So Through the mayor, just to focus on the question of the resources required for monitoring over time. Is that the best way to approach that?
Yeah, we can't speculate on what the housing authority is going to look like. So just whether you've seen other communities use that model or the resources required.
For sure. I would say, kind of generally speaking, in terms of tracking data and monitoring on housing indicators, certainly where communities have a housing authority, they play a large role in that. And certainly there is resources required to do the monitoring based on the assigned metrics that are established with the program. I think it's monitoring typically is done, and we are, as an organization, spending more time and attention bringing in data into our analysis, and as there's a greater effort to support evidence-based decision-making. So this is definitely across the board, across the organization, we are working hard on this. There are indicators that already exist within our official community plan monitoring program that are sort of set up through our community dashboard, and a lot of that data is now being automated. So there's less work for us to go and retrieve that data, which is a good thing. And working with partners in the community, be they kind of our housing partners or with our other partners on economic development and with tourism, Squamish and the Chamber, for example, those other data sets, we're going to be working closely with those partners to bring that data to bear. So I would say it's a shared responsibility across all the different data sets. But it does take effort, but we've built that in basically into our work plan.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson, Councillor French, then Herford, and then myself, and if we can go back around if other people still have questions.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a little bit about insurance. I don't recall seeing any mention of insurance proof being required for any type of suite, whether short-term, long-term. Did I just miss that, or is this something that the district of Squamish is not necessarily concerned about and doesn't need proof that insurance is in place for suites?
Through the mayor. That's a great question, and I think that you kind of alluded to it. We don't want to get involved in investigating the insurance the same way as we would be involved for building for a homeowner having insurance. It's just something that we want to stay out of to keep things simple, and we did research this in the initial phases of the project. Some municipalities did include and touch on the need for insurance, but it was more part of their educational and awareness communication to potential folks rather than a requirement through their business licensing.
Okay, so just to be clear then, not requiring any information about insurance is part of the keeping it simple aspect of this?
Correct.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Herford?
Thank you. I'm comfortable with the vast majority of this, but I'm curious about the path to legitimacy for some of our current STR operators, and whether that be through a temporary use situation or the rezoning. My understanding with the rezoning, that zoning would stick with that property after it was transferred to its next owner, correct? That's one of the challenges with that. So I'd like to see us have and maybe if this is the place to sort of get into that, I'd like to discuss this aspect a bit further. And in my mind, I think a temporary use permit, which has a term set on it, and a certain amount of renewals could be a potential starting point before we entertain the rezoning of a property to in this regard, rather than a blanket grandfathering in of the existing, some path that is if to allow some legitimization of the existing operators. And I don't think it'll lose. I don't think that. I think with that in place, we'll achieve our goal of not seeing future expansion here, and we'll see a dramatic contraction in the short-term rental use. Now, given the timelines, and this has been in the works for so long, I'm curious how if that sort of scenario can be orchestrated in the same time frame as we roll out this regulation. Anyone want to touch that?
Sure, I can take a crack first at unpacking some of that, and then maybe Jonas or Sarah can jump in afterwards. I just comment that anybody can come in to apply for any application type that they want at any time. That can suggest or highly recommend if people ask, what path should I take? But really, the door is open for anybody to come in to rezone at any time. And so we can establish, I really think that the critical element here is to establish some set of criteria against which we can consistently and quickly evaluate these types of applications, and that might assist with the speeding up the processing of the application. But beyond that, I don't know if we can anticipate when somebody would make an application. It's upon the specific operator or the host to make that application. And so I don't know if we can create kind of that rigid structure upon which to direct individuals down this path.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there for now.
Thank you, Councillor Edward. I just have a couple of questions. We say that someone can rent out their entire dwelling unit while they're away, as long as they live in the unit for a minimum of 5 months of the year. How do we know?
So we don't know for sure. This is part of the being cued into bylaw enforcement, doing kind of their auditing, and we really have to have some faith that people are complying with the regulations. And beyond that, we have no way of checking other than our reliance on post-compliance data scraping, which can track and view individual listing calendars, and that is basically how they are able to estimate how frequently a unit is being rented. So it's kind of that collating and cross-checking and auditing in order to do our best to check up on some of these.
And some of the hosts have pointed out that the data scraping tool is not very accurate in terms of discerning what is a true primary residence versus someone's secondary suite being rented as an entire unit. Are we seeing improvements on that front? Are the criteria changing with the hosting companies like Airbnb and Expedia to make that more clear?
I don't think that I've seen any changes in the categories or the self kind of proclamation of what a host listing chooses to put itself forward as. I think it is straightforward to determine what is an entire unit in the eyes of the district, because that's simply somebody who is renting out a self-enclosed unit that is not shared with any other unit or any other part of the house. So a secondary suite on its own principal dwelling where they live separate from the secondary suite is somebody's entire unit dwelling as well. So I can sympathize that there's confusion around determining the difference between an entire unit and a shared unit, but I think that host compliance actually does a pretty good job of that based on a host self-declaring what they think their unit is.
If we were going to try and legitimize some of these, wouldn't a TUP allow us to terminate the use if the house changes hands? Or if we have a host that is a terrible host, we could put conditions in there that would revoke a TUP versus providing a zoning change? Isn't there more flexibility with one over the other?
That's correct. The temporary use legislation allows municipalities and councils to set conditions, and there's a time-limited nature of the permit itself. So there is quite a lot of opportunity to set specific conditions that council and staff recommend to be included.
And so given this balance between providing short-term rental accommodation for our tourism sector versus protecting our long-term rental stock, could we not do like a lottery for TUPs for that number that's sitting in the balance here of how many people think might be lost for the tourism economy, allow those to be applied? Because under a TUP, it's usually like a 3-year time frame plus a 3-year extension, and then you're done. So maybe we create a lottery so that people across the district, you get 6 years potentially if you're a good host, and then you have to move that on. And so for a set amount of suites, it allows for this use to support some of the tourism sector, but also keeps returning suites potentially back into a long-term rental pool as homes change hands, or as people reach their limit on their TUP, and gives other homes an opportunity to pick up short-term rental accommodation. Is that overly complicated, or is that doable?
I would invite the other fellow initiatives to speak to that question. Sam?
Yes, that's a good question. We could organize something like that based on location and with some parameters. I don't know if just making it, an open lottery would work well with some other land use issues. But that's something that we can explore in this OCP amendment. I don't think it would be too difficult to organize. I think we would still need to follow some land use principles, so where those locations are best situated, and making sure that there's not overcrowding in maybe a particular neighborhood and things like that. So I think that's something that we could look at implementing.
Yeah, I was looking at Canmore as a potential model. They have designated sort of tourist homes in mixed-use neighborhoods and specific neighborhoods, but mostly keep it out of many residential areas. So I was just trying to, zoning is so onerous, and I don't know if Roslyn and Revelstoke are as busy as we are on the planning front, so I actually don't want to see our agendas taken up by like a myriad of STR applications. But I was just, I'm just trying to see if there's another way to support the desire of the tourism sector as well in this.
If I could just add that there is, I guess, always an option for some of the super hosts to put together an application that would combine multiple properties rather than do it one by one.
Okay. Thank you for that. Council, any other questions before we move on to comments? Yep, Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, and I just want to beat this horse to a little more depth. I think in terms of, I'm not really in favor of spot zoning, But it sounds like the reason for considering zoning or TUP is to have, or one of the key reasons is to have some public engagement or public involvement in the decision. Is it not possible as a business, part of the business application license for this type of business to require some sort of public feedback report or some piece of that process? So, we have some clear staff policy, but we administer this through business licenses with maybe pretty strict requirements, but then it's more flexible for us in terms of how long, when those get revoked, keep it off the council's agenda for the most part. And so do we have that kind of option?
I think it's a really good question, and I'm just trying to quickly on the fly wrap my head around that proposal. I think the issue with trying to incorporate into business licensing is that the way we drafted the business license is that it's restrictive and it's bylaw, and I don't know if we could allow for getting around the way we drafted the bylaw and around that option C through using the business license bylaw. That was maybe worded really confusingly, but yeah, I think it would be challenging to do what you're proposing through business licensing.
Okay, I think that maybe, from my perspective, deserves a little more consideration because, we may need to adjust what the bylaw we're proposing is, but it seems like it would give us a fair bit more control over the things we want to have control over. And if we end up with a super host, they aren't forced to shut down after 6 years, like they would in the TUP. And we're also not required to give them a spot zoning that would be indefinite.
Yeah, so in terms of that flexibility, we have the ability, obviously, to amend bylaws and bring forward changes to the regulatory framework down the road. And so I think that flexibility is still built into our framework, and making changes going down the road after monitoring it and seeing how our initial precautionary approach is received will be critical, and that Sarah and I have spoken to that quite a bit throughout kind of this whole process. So I don't think we should necessarily build that flexibility or those allowances in at the very get-go, but it would be something that we can certainly change moving forward. At council's direction or at staff bringing it forward of our own accord.
Mr. Buxton is on the phone, and I believe he wanted to make a comment. So we'll just open up the phone line to Mr. Buxton.
Yes, thank you. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Just as a matter of clarification, I'm not sure that we can, with respect to TUPs only, I'm not sure that we can tie those to ownership. That they are, I think that they are like any other approval that we provide. It doesn't run with the owner, it runs with the land. So just as a matter of clarification on that one issue only, I don't know if Robin or Jonas wants to contradict that, but it would be my understanding that TUP is not tied to the owner, probably could not be tied to an owner.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Mr. Valniscus, did you want to comment?
Yes, I believe Gary is right. We couldn't tie a land use approval to ownership. The only thing that ties to ownership are the business licenses.
Okay, thank you. All right, Council, we've got about 10 more minutes scheduled in this conversation. So, Councillor Pettengill, do you have a quick question?
Maybe, can I ask it and then define it?
Ask it in 30 words or less.
Okay. What is our target available vacancy rate and or cost for rentals? So, we talked about how hard it is to monitor or...
No, we got the question. Answer. What's our target vacancy rate and what's our target rental amount?
Thank you, through the mayor. What is considered a healthy vacancy rate for a community? The housing sector has highlighted that around 3.4% is considered healthy. I think for every community, what is considered healthy, it probably needs to be sort of step for that community, and we know that there's a lot of people looking for housing. We've got wait lists for our affordable housing and non-market housing based on the information that housing agencies have given us. And there's a gap between what people can afford based on their incomes and the rental housing that is available. So I think that we are definitely trying to ensure that there's adequate housing that meets people's income levels across the board, and recognizing there's a continuum there.
Did that answer your question, Councillor Pengill?
Yeah, I just want to, there was a piece though of the focusing in on the rate in owner occupied, so the suite in someone's home. Because from a lot of the correspondence we've been getting, the data isn't very good at identifying that. So, you know, how do we understand that, and what's our target rate for that particular sector, which seems to be the particular sector where FDRs are an issue. But maybe that's too much of a question for right now.
Okay. I want to move on to comments, well, in fact, let's put a motion on the floor, and then we'll move on to comments. Councillor Herford.
I'm ready to move both, I believe it's both recommendations, or do you want to do these separately?
Just do the first, which would be on the short-term rental bylaw.
Okay, I'm happy to.
So Councillor Herford moves first reading, seconded by Councillor Stoner. Okay, comments, Councillor Herford? I see your hand, Councillor Race.
Thank you. I believe this is an important piece of looking after our renters, looking out for our renters. And I do acknowledge that that a lot of this is unknown and needs to be continued to be monitored, as well as the pieces discussed today around temporary use permits and zoning to potentially protect some of the capacity that we have, but we need to regulate the short-term rental market, as it does have, it's proven to have upward pressure, at the very least upward pressure on the rental prices in the LT and the long-term rental market. So happy to support the motion, and thank you.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Stoner, then Councillor Race, and Councillor French.
Thank you, Through the Mayor. I'm happy to support first reading of this bylaw. I do think it is important that we bring in some form of regulatory framework for short-term rentals. To me, it is a potential side benefit of getting additional units into the long-term rental market, but to me this is not the primary purpose of this bylaw. To me, especially taking this approach where we do reduce, where we're taking the approach towards option C, where we reduce the opportunity for short-term rentals in secondary suites, helps align the reality with our planning tools. So secondary suites and carriage homes are a planning mechanism or a planning tool that allow us to create more dense neighborhoods and create more compact communities, which is the reason why they're there. They're not always being used that way today. And I think that is the main purpose for me for bringing this in, is that we're seeing a commercialization of our residential units. And I think that is okay for some operators. I'm excited to see that there's more clarity around what the legitimization route might look like, and I am supportive of the TUP proposal. I think that is important because it starts to help level the playing field. So for those who do want to operate a commercial operation out of their homes, it gives them a route to do so, and it levels the playing field with other commercial operators. So I'm happy to see that that is now a more fulsome part of the conversation. I do want to ask that staff do a bit of a gut check on the fees. I appreciate that this is working towards cost recovery, but especially for the monthly license period, I would just ask that staff do a quick check in terms of the relative revenue or the average nightly charge that units are going for if they're being listed for less than 30 days. and making sure that that fee is still within reach of what an operator might get. So if an operator is going away for 3 nights and they're renting it for $150 a night, then are we actually really disincentivizing people from perhaps providing that accommodation unit for the tourism sector? So that's just something I would like staff to check on for the next time it comes forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stoner. Councillor Race?
Thank you. So I generally, notwithstanding that I wasn't here on March 10th, I generally agree with the direction staff is going in this, and in particular with the timing. And I note the correspondence we received from here in Squamish and the concerns about the impact of the tourism sector that COVID-19 has had. And I think we have, with this spread out timing and possibly not enforcing until 2021, we have a bit of a drawn-out process that we could pause at any time if we thought it was necessary. But I think we give the community time to react, and if we do come out of this virus pandemic, hopefully within the next few months, then we can get on with this regulation. The goal for me for this is a few, and in no particular order, is to act and treat these operations for what they are, which is essentially a hotel operation, or an inn, or a B&B, or something like that. And so there is a level playing field in the community. The other is preserving housing stock. We've talked about that before, keeping long-term rentals and putting them into the short-term market. It doesn't help all the other staff issues we're having, for housing issues we're having, staff housing, for example, for local businesses and that kind of thing. And the other is to minimize negative impact in neighborhoods. Most of our neighborhoods, if not all of them, were not engineered for this kind of a commercial operation to drop down the middle of them. We don't just put a hotel anywhere. There's a zoning process, there's consideration of surrounding area and so forth. So to start running these commercial activities out of neighborhoods will very often cause impact. And so somehow through this process, I think that's what we want to consider regulating and hopefully minimizing the impact of the neighborhood. There's a number of different stakeholders that said there's a need for this. I don't deny there's a need for this foundation. I think the primary source of that would be our hotels that pay commercial taxes and commercial operations. But nevertheless, a lot of people didn't like these. And so when we talk about alternatives, I'm happy to have a discussion around what alternatives there might be beyond what this bylaw presently proposes. In other words, go to the PUP or a zoning process for spot zoning. From what I understand of the Henderson model, they set some criteria for common use for the neighborhood, for example, and then there's a waiting list. And so I had the same thoughts as the mayor. If we had a PUP process, we could roll it over to different people at the end of a 6-year period. As a matter of being fair among the community, to allow people to get a head start in the mortgage or some short-term financial needs, which we seem to do. So whether it's a PUP process or it's attached to the business-related process or whatever, there probably is a more streamlined way we could deal with that rather than just going to a pure rezoning, which is sort of takes that property out of the normal housing market for almost eternity. The other thing that hasn't been discussed, and maybe discussed in March 10th, but I'll mention it, is expanding the zoning for the B&B criteria. And considering that as a regional district, although we haven't made any kind of decision on that yet, but in the regional district, at least, the zoning for B&B is restricted. For example, you can't have an outbuilding, like a hotel, for example, considered part of the B&B operation. And so there might be a thought about just trying to expand it. And so the goal of that would be to legitimize these operations in selected areas, just like B&Bs, and allow them to continue as short-term rentals with the regulation that B&Bs have to live up to, essentially what they are, and the taxation that's appropriate, and the utility fees that might be appropriate for commercial operations and so forth. So I just put that out there. My final comment is that human nature being what it is, I think we are going to have to, in the next budget discussion, consider placing a reserve for potential litigation. And I take the comments about the fines, but the difficulty is some people just tend to ignore those things. They don't care about their credit ratings, they ignore collection agencies. It's cumbersome to go to small claims court to collect a $500 fine, and that would be the alternative, really. And so it might be that we get to the point where we have to actually shut the operation down, or want to do that. And that's Supreme Court litigation. There's cost to it. But I think people have to understand when we put these regulations in place, we are serious about enforcing them. And it may be that we have to pick on one or two offenders and set the standard for the community. So it's a consideration. I'm not making that decision today, of course, but I think we have to have that in the back of our mind. If we are going to have these regulations, we have to be serious about them and make sure that they are followed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Race. Councillor French, then Councillor Pettengill.
Chairman. So I read the notes from the Chamber of Commerce representatives and tourism Squamish this morning, and certainly initially had sympathy and empathize with the thought. And then after thinking about it a bit more, I just came to the conclusion that there is no good time to bring something like this in for those who are impacted. And if we don't do it now, when do we do it? So while I appreciate that feedback and those comments from the Chamber and Tourism Squamish and those others, individuals who have asked us to slow down, I think that this is the time. And I do acknowledge it's tough with COVID, but it's going to be tough even after we get through all of this for those who are impacted by what we're bringing in. And I just also want to acknowledge the staff time and effort that has gone into this. I mean, it's been a huge amount of work. And there are also some residents and citizens and business people in our community who have done a lot of work on their own and given us some very valuable information to work with. So I want to thank those people who have put a great deal of their own time into critiquing and feeding back on the information that staff has produced. It's valuable, and I appreciate that work. For me, the big thing with this is the commercialization of our residential neighborhoods. We already have it to some extent, and we need to ensure that it's controlled and that our neighborhoods don't turn into complete commercial zones. And that's a big part of what we're doing here, is making sure that our residential areas are residential and feel like they're residential, with some ability for some folks to operate some level of commercial venture that's manageable and reasonable for the neighborhood. So I'm supportive, and thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor French. Councillor Pettengill, then Anderson.
Thank you. I'm afraid I'm not there yet on this approach. I think COVID actually has put a lot less pressure on our rental market, so I think we have some time. We don't have quite the urgency in terms of renters that we had before. I think it's given us a bit of space to come up with something a bit stronger. I sympathize with a lot of the emails we've been getting about how this has been supporting and helping people with their childcare situation. I'm cautious about being reliant on traditional hotels, because I think you have to recognize they seem to require a fairly large, low-wage workforce, and so a traditional hotel brings its own housing affordability challenges and demand challenges. From the conversations and the data, it seems that there's a fairly small portion of the STR renters that are responsible for a lot of the supply. And so I think something that is a little better at accommodating those in a way that works with the community, but restrict, I don't want to see just free, open, anywhere and everywhere. I think there does need to be some thoughtful regulation, but I don't think we've quite got there yet. I am much more in favor of something business license-based, possibly with the public engagement piece, where we have much more flexibility. We can terminate a license if we need to. We can do lotteries. We can control that much better. I am concerned about the amount of policing and administration required for this, especially in the context of what I see as very significant gaps in data, and I think we're making a lot of assumptions, and we don't have ways to check those. So, yeah, for me, again, I'm not for wide open STRs, but I don't think we've quite got there yet on how to tackle this from my perspective.
Councillor Anderson.
Yes, I'm also happy to support giving first reading to this bylaw amendment. Simply, I think it's important that we set about getting the licensing framework in place. Also important for me is the cautionary approach, the adaptable framework, and one that considers impacts on neighborhoods. I'm satisfied that staff have given us this in the package before us. I'd like to acknowledge Councillor French's comments regarding the input we've received. It has been interesting, informative reading. There's been a lot of it, and very high quality from my point of view. A lot of it has been quite vigorous, but I've also received several testimonials on the communications, or if you like, the professionalism of our staff in planning department that have been handling this file. I heard this from a few people. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. I think I am going to support first reading. I think that as part of the last council that declared that housing is a human right and that we would take a housing first approach, avoiding the commercialization of our secondary suites and coach houses is important to me. I agree with Councillor Stoner that we do need to do a gut check on our fees here just to make sure they're set at the right level. And that makes me think about whether or not we'll give readings to the next set of bylaws at this juncture and perhaps wait till the second reading. I'm not entirely sold on this idea of TUPs and rezonings. Part of me just wants to go with what's in front of us, but I do think for second reading I would like to see if there is a simple way to provide some additional balance to support the tourism economy here. And I think there's a role for our economic development team to work with planning to understand what that number of units might look like and where we would position them across the district. I don't think they're necessarily suitable everywhere, but I do acknowledge that maybe not this summer, but we are near capacity in our high months of tourism, and so the STRs are taking some pressure off and allowing for tourists to come and visit. So if there's a simple way that we can use TUPs to do that in the short term until our commercial accommodation sector catches up, then I think that's probably an okay way to go. I know that we've had a letter from the Chamber of Commerce around the timing of this. I think we need to get the framework in place, as my colleagues have said. We can play with the implementation timeline or the grace period, that sort of thing. That can be determined later, but I think it is now time to get a framework in place and put some certainty into the community. So I'm happy to move this forward to second reading. I think there's some things staff have heard that they can look at for second reading. And then of course, we are working on our technological solution to make sure that we can have robust public participation when we get to the public hearing process. So thanks very much to the community. I know that data's not perfect. I know all communities are having to make assumptions based on the data that's available, but I think staff have come up with a more robust way to track some of the key metrics for our community, and we will need to monitor it over time. But for now, I think this has hit the bar for me to give it first reading and look forward to seeing it come back again. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Pettengill opposes. Motion carries. Thank you very much. I do want to ask staff, given that you heard some comments on the fees, do you want to wait for us to give first, second, and third reading to these two additional bylaws?
I think through the mayor, we're really flexible on that. We can press pause on them and bring them back for first, second, and third when we bring the zoning back for first reading, for sure, if that's your guys' decision. We have an opportunity to change the fee bylaw even if it has initial reading, so I would say it's 100% at your discretion to make that decision. Again, if Robin Arthur wants to add to the process of reading and changes to the bylaw, please jump in.
No, she's shaking her head, so council, it's your discretion about whether you want to move those bylaws forward at this point or wait until second reading. Councilor Rees?
Yeah, I think, given the comments, if you are going to review the numbers, it would be simpler just to bring it back at second reading. The zoning bylaw that will really dictate the timing of this thing, as others pointed out earlier, the others can happen quite quickly. So I would be fine to just put it off for a couple of weeks.
Thank you. Councilor French?
Yeah, I agree that there's no rush on this, and putting it off for a couple of weeks is totally appropriate.
Okay. Councilor Payne-Gill?
Yeah, I actually have some questions on the 2696. I don't know if we would just wait then if that's our direction, or if we would ask questions now.
I can give you a few minutes to ask a question.
Okay, so on the business license bylaw, which is, I believe, 2696, at 6.21, says a corporation, society, or other incorporated entity must not carry on a business as a short-term rental accommodation operator. I'm just wondering how we would ever know that unless we have access to their tax filings or something.
Go ahead, Ms. Hill.
Thank you to the chair. The titles and the ownership on the title would be compared to the business license application name that's put down, as well as we'll be asking for proof of principal residence through identification documentation. So all of that corresponds with keeping it at the individual person level, and we are able to check on that. And just quickly to touch on why that regulation is in the business license bylaw, is to avoid having professional operators, as has been seen in other larger cities where it's actually a business that owns multiple units and runs multiple units. So we want to keep it at the homeowner level.
Councilor Payne-Gill?
Thank you. And then 6.23 G and H, kind of the same thing. And I think I brought this up last time. There's some discussion about submitting the URL for advertisements and platforms being used and so on. And I wonder what our intent is there, because as I read this, it could mean a lot of very different things actually, I think. And a lot of this stuff I think is realistically out of a lister's control. And so I see this as something that they probably can't really commit to complying with. And so it doesn't seem central to the bylaw. And so I'm wondering if it should be in there, or if there's a different way to sort of achieve the same goal. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to why those pieces are there.
Yes, for sure. Thanks, Councilor Payne-Gill. So through the chair, that those two provisions to provide basically the web address to the listing and saying what platforms you're going with is really a best practice that we've seen in a lot of other municipalities' short-term rentals bylaws. I think what it does is provide our bylaw enforcement and business license coordinator the ability to follow up in auditing to make sure that the business license number, license number is listed in the actual listing, and do some of those other checks to make sure that the information that an operator has given us is what they're showing on their listing.
Okay, just a comment. I wonder if we can word this in a way that, we need to know the platforms where you're purposely listing, and, a bit of information, but understanding that this may get put all over the world on dynamic URLs by aggregators and stuff, and so just so that all of us agree that there's an expectation that they provide a complete full list, and I think that clarification might be important.
Yeah, so in a follow-up, Councillor Tangale, I think that we're really open to, maybe we can take that offline and try to come up with rewording of those two regulations to satisfy where you're getting in. And apologies, I'm getting the blue spinning circle of death right now on my screen.
Okay, if you're still hearing it, but I'm okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there seems to be a consensus that we'll hold off on providing readings to these bylaws until such time as it comes back for second reading. So I just want to thank staff for their presentations today. Okay, that moves us on to, because we struck item 8B, 3, and 4 already as part of our amended agenda, we're on to item 8B5, which is the District of Squamish Revenue Anticipation Borrowing Bylaw. And we'll turn it over to our CFO.
Everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm unable to share the content at this point. I think I need to be given the host.
Sorry, coming.
It's coming.
Great.
Okay. You should have it now.
Okay, can everybody see that?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. All right, I think we're still in the morning. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Heather Boxer, CFO, and we'll be introducing the 2020 Revenue Anticipation Bylaw, highlighting the salient points for clarification in this very brief presentation. So just for some background, under Section 1771 of the Community Charter, municipalities may, by bylaw, provide the authority to borrow money that may be necessary to meet current expenditures in anticipation of delayed tax revenue payments. The bylaw is adopted annually and cannot exceed 75% of all property taxes imposed. For the District of Squamish, that would mean $22,538,000. The district uses this bylaw to renew the already established $2 million line of credit annually. It's important to note the district has sufficient cash to meet the budget cycle cash flow needs. Rather, the $2 million line of credit is used to allow for portions of this cash to be invested in fixed short-term deposits so as to maximize investment revenue, all the while meeting the ebbs and flows of cash expenditures and the timing of transfers of funds from other accounts. So like I said, very brief presentation, so I'll pass it over back to Council and Mayor Elliott for any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate the brevity. Council, do you have any questions for our CFO? Not seeing any. Okay, so does someone want to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Race, that the Revenue Anticipation Borrowing Bylaw be given first three readings. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. And then we also have the option to adopt this bylaw on the same day under the emergency provisions of the ministerial order. And so, Council, you can move forward with adoption of bylaw number 2677/2020. That is moved by Councillor Race, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So, Council, we are 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Haha. Didn't think that was gonna happen, did you? So we are back at, we'll recess this meeting and back at 1 o'clock, and we'll start with item 9A, our emerging sector roadmap and action plan for endorsement. Okay, we're back in the special business meeting for Tuesday, June 16th. We're on to item 9A1. This is our emerging sector roadmap and action plan. This is for endorsement by council today, and I'm going to turn it over. We have at least 90 minutes set aside for this conversation. So ask all the questions you want, council. And I will now turn over to Ms. Mulligan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Captain Mulligan, and I'm the Economic Development Officer for the District of Squamish. Today I'm going to start off before the Emerging Sector Action Plan with a little bit of an overview of economic development activities by the District of Squamish. So I'm just going to flip it over to presentation mode. Give me 1 moment. Can you see the presentation now?
Yes, you can.
Okay, fantastic. Sorry about that. So I'm just going to start off with a little bit of an overview of what economic development the district does. We've broken it down into 3 processes and outcomes in terms of what we do in support of economic development for the district. So we work to support the local business community and future sector growth by providing business intelligence for decision making, investment purposes, that could be for policy. This really includes conducting primary and secondary research and providing economic development expertise to both internal staff and to external stakeholders. And our work informs policy development, as we mentioned, investment and business activities, and it really helps also measure the impact of the business climate on the economic development activities that we undertake. Our focus is also on encouraging strategic investments in our community, whether that's in the form of firm growth, such as new firm entry, or to support business infrastructure development. So in terms of breaking that down, we'll help existing businesses in terms of their expansion plans. So perhaps that encouraging funding or direct investment or other investment to help those businesses succeed in terms of their growth, or attracting new firm growth and new investment into the community for new initiatives. And when we talk about business infrastructure, really what we're doing there is helping support the foundation for economic development to take place. So that's setting the stage. So that's maybe working with the province or the federal government or the private sector to encourage strategic investment in infrastructure, whether that be land, whether that be port facilities, rail, transportation, or otherwise. And that could be education, and that's really to support the local business ecosystem. And then finally, what we do is we really facilitate new programs and services being developed or to be developed to help support our local business ecosystem. So often we don't deliver these programs. Instead, what we do is we help facilitate them, whether that's by providing business intelligence to partners to help inform their program development, or partnering with other entities or organizations to bring program funding forward, such as our work that we've done with the Chamber to bring Squamish excellence to our local business community. But really, most of our work doesn't involve creating the program and delivering the program. It is much more about facilitating based on the needs of our community. I wanted to introduce my team. So I head up the economic development team, but I definitely wouldn't be able to do the work that we're getting done without these excellent members of the team. So Megan Fullerton is a temporary redeployed staff member from Recreation, the Recreation Department, who's been acting as coordinator for our team, and he's been doing a fantastic job helping us manage our projects and our coordinator projects and our daily administration and finance tasks. We also have 2 economic development specialists on our team. So Nicola Slater, she is focused on our communications work and our policy development. She also handles our local partnership development work. And also we have a new addition who is actually a return to the district, Alicia Woodside. And she's also an economic development specialist. However, her focus is very much on business development and research and data analysis and analytics. And both of these 2 positions complement the 3 bodies or processes of work that we focus on. So our business development, I thought I would talk a little bit about our business development team. We really have 2 business development streams. So one is inbound inquiries, and that's really when somebody picks up the phone or emails us, or we're referred to somebody that is an individual or a company that's looking for assistance. And typically, they are looking for either a site selection in terms of where to locate their business, or access to programs or funding, training and development, or they have general inquiries about the processes in terms of either setting up a business or expanding a business. So we treat all of our inbound inquiries with a standard business service level response. However, what we do is we do filter those inquiries that are coming in to understand whether or not they identify or align with our target sector. And so when we identify the target, whether they're a target sector or not, we bring them through 2 paths in terms of service support. So if they are a general inquiry and they perhaps aren't at a particular stage of their business where we can provide the best support, or perhaps are a sector outside of our priority sectors, we still provide them with a level of support which usually refers them to other organizations that can best support them. When it is a sector that aligns with our sector ecosystem, we will work with them to identify their needs, and sometimes we still refer them to the appropriate partner. But in addition, what we will normally do is work with them to answer their questions, whether it be around district processes or training and different types of training and education support. So, and what we'll do is we will spend a little bit more time nurturing new business leads in terms of their alignment to our sector. And we track those. So we understand how many leads that are coming inbound, how many interactions we have with them, and what actions we take, and what follow-up is taken to support the life cycle of leads. Outbound lead generation is different, and outbound lead generation is really identifying the target upfront. And from there, once we've identified the target, we'll have specific messaging and a specific goal in mind in terms of why we're reaching out to them and what we're trying to accomplish. And that takes the form of our business development writing. So the emerging sector roadmap and action plan is one of our documents that help inform our business development activities moving forward. And I did allude a little bit on the previous slide to what we do to help support businesses or investors that are reaching out to us, or if we're reaching out to them. And again, just to reinforce, we help with site selection. And when I talk about site selection, we don't actually suggest that they look at a particular property. Instead, what we do is we do work with planning to understand where their business would best be suited. And we provide the appropriate mapping or parcels that are suitable based on what their needs are. And many of the businesses that reach out to us are looking for very specific parcels that will meet their needs. So we do spend quite a bit of time supporting that process. Program referrals, we do a lot of program referrals for various funding that's available to businesses, particularly in the R&D and ecosystem area, so IRAP and other provincial tax credits that are made available to businesses, and so on. And partner referrals, so every time we talk to a new business or a business that's interested in Squamish, we always encourage them to reach out to our local partners in particular, so the Chamber, tourism-oriented business, Tourism Squamish, and the Squamish DIA, and so on. And we also refer to regional, provincial, and local partners. So at times it could be around providing business advising, such as community futures or futurepreneur. So we're often sending them off to partners' resources for it. Business intelligence is a large program that our department is focused on. We conduct a lot of primary and secondary research. We have databases that we're subscribed to, so we can actually provide specific reports for businesses that are interested in Squamish or are already here in Squamish that have questions that pertain to our business climate or particular sectors. And we're able to provide information such as levels of employment by industry, by sector, types of occupations, the number of postings of jobs, as well as general indicators such as business sentiment. Process support, we always work with other departments in terms of navigating municipal process to try to make it as easy as possible for businesses that are considering Squamish as possible, and help our existing business community navigate municipal processes. And one thing we recognize is we're not the experts when it comes to particular areas of municipalities, such as planning and zoning decisions. So what we do is we work with those departments in order to get the information to the clients in a way that ensures that the right expert is at the table. And we do a lot of internal referrals, so often we'll be a first point of contact, and we will help these businesses navigate who they need to reach out to get in started. Partner relations is a significant part of the work that we do. Most of the work we do has some form of partnership, whether informal or formal. We engage with our partners regularly on a variety of topics, policy, events, and different programs that we see a need for in Squamish, and we deliver those programs in partnership. Examples of that include our open data work that we've done with the Chamber of Tourism Squamish, Squamish Excellence, which is a training program that the Chamber delivers. Recent one is Here for Squamish, which was a response to COVID-19, and many other examples of events or engagements that have taken place with partners. And our partners span from local partners like the Chamber, as I mentioned, all the way through to regional partners where we work with futurepreneurs, futures, to provincial and federal partnerships. So we're very motivated to work with our partners. We see them as an integral part of economic development in this, for the district. And it's really great because it's a fantastic way to engage with the broader business community and get feedback on the work that we're doing. And the work that we do, how we determine its alignment in terms of the objectives, is really looking at the OCP, so our official community plan objectives, and our council strategic goals, and then developing a work plan to address those goals. And you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, there's a number of different plans and initiatives and projects that I listed as examples of the type of work that we do that helps facilitate meeting council strategic goals. But these not only support directly the goals of council, they also feed into other work by the district. And so either the work that we're doing in perhaps research and data analysis will help inform our zoning bylaw or short-term rentals bylaw. Our business development work will also help support areas such as the community climate action plan. So our newfound governance approach, our structure is aligned to the district's planning cycle. And the economic leadership team is meant to be a group of individuals that are there to provide strategic advice to economic development based on their skills and experience. So competencies of this group, they span from everything from marketing to investment to development, policy, government relations. And the group does not have official powers. However, it can influence the development of strategy and plans by advising staff on the formation of those plans. And the the Economic Partner Forum, which when you look at this diagram, would be the second to the right under the top, where the staff and partners. The Economic Partner Forum is meant to be as a group of representational part organizations from business associations, education, and training and innovation, and entrepreneurship. And this group will both feed into the economic leadership team, the newly formed economic leadership team, with business intelligence, their expertise, experience, as well as ground truth ideas that are generated at the ELT table. And this is going to help form strategic recommendations by economic development staff as it pertains to initiatives and budget requests as part of our annual budgeting process in the district. And the partner group is also there to evaluate the best way forward in terms of implementation and collaboration between partners. So this diagram is really meant to show that it's a cyclical process and that we're continuously bringing business intelligence and research and information through engagement processes forward to the Squamish Economic Leadership Team, along with ideas for our plans and implementation of those plans. And the Squamish Economic Leadership Team is going to use their experience and skills to help advise on how best to implement those plans. And so as you can see, then partners are going to then make sure with staff that those are actually possible and tangible and reasonable based on their expertise and knowledge. So there's a complete cycle and it's continuous. And the stakeholder engagement that's identified on the right-hand side is really there to say that stakeholder engagement is continuous And there will be a number of different projects underway, whether that is related to zoning bylaw updates or rentals or otherwise, where we will continuously be engaging with stakeholders, both organizations that we partner with as well as the general. I believe that 2 handouts were provided to you. One was a term of reference for the economic leadership team, and the other was a term of reference for the economic partner forum. And so this is just to provide a little bit more detail in terms of exactly what these teams will do. And the idea is that the economic leadership team is going to monitor the extent of business conditions and also the measurement of success around the work that we do to help inform our way forward. Whereas the Economic Partnership Forum is going to help inform the strategies and actions using their expertise in research and knowledge of the local economy and also their expertise. So the idea is that these 2 groups will form the governance for economic development. And that is the end of the presentation, so I'm happy to take questions. I guess I'll just stop sharing my screen.
Council, any questions on that portion? A little bit of just-in-time learning on ECDev now that Kate's got her full complement of team members. So happy to take any questions. Councilor Payne, go.
Just wondering, and thank you for the presentation, if we can get a bit better understanding on what we're thinking of with investment attraction. I appreciate the clarity and the removal of the foreign direct investment piece. But I just, and maybe I'll try stating it and see how close I am, but you know, the idea isn't that someone comes in with a great business idea and then we go and find an investor. It's more, you know, we're asking higher levels of government to invest in infrastructure here. We may be adapting our bylaws or zoning and so on to make it appealing for investors to come here. But that sort of, and we're looking for businesses to want to move here. That's kind of what we're talking about with investment attraction?
Through you, the Mayor. Yes, actually, I think that's a good way of describing it. Definitely trying to set the foundation of business climate, thereby advocating for what our community needs to help support strategic sectors. So whether that be land, infrastructure, transportation-related investments, absolutely. And then the other part of that is actually progressively and proactively going out and seeking new firm entry and new investment in strategic sectors. So that's not assisting a particular business in terms of identifying an investor. That's not the role of our department. It's more to elevate the awareness and consideration for Squamish for a particular sector to help encourage those firms to think of Squamish as a place to locate their business or their investment.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Kate. It seems like you hit all the right markers on that overview. So we'll move on to the sector strategy.
Okay, I'll just get us set up 1 quick second. Okay. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Excellent, okay. Great. Thank you. So the goal today is to present the Emerging Sector Roadmap and Action Plan for Council's consideration. Sorry, I'm just having a hard time advancing the slides right here. So I thought what I'd to do is just reinforce a little bit of the background and how we got here and where we are today. So in 2018, we worked with identified factors, that was engagement with partners and business, the business community, as well as research we undertook to help understand various sector opportunities. I think all in all, we looked at over 10 sectors for consideration, and from that formed what we call our sector ecosystem, which is comprised of 4 enabling and emerging themes for development. That sector ecosystem was endorsed by Council in Q1 of 2019. And at the same time, Council endorsed the development of a sector action plan for which we applied for funding through Investing Canada Community Initiative through the federal government, and successfully received funding for this plan. So last year was really the development of the plan, which incorporated secondary research, primary research, including stakeholder engagement, and through that process, we brought a plan to Council for consideration in Q1 of 2020 and for feedback. Since then, we've addressed what we feel is much of the feedback, and today we're back at Council to ensure that we have captured the feedback and we're seeking yours. I wanted to refresh Council with this graphic around our sector ecosystem. We have identified what we call core and enabling sectors of the economy. And core sectors are sectors where either there's a significant number of firms or employment, and they are basically foundational sectors of our economy. And enabling sectors, they can have significant concentrations of employment and firms. However, they enable other sectors important to our economy, and we are reliant on those for the growth of these other sectors. In particular, we have 2 emerging target themes which are comprised of several sectors: the green economy, and the green economy comprises of renewable energy, clean tech, construction efficient tech, and agri-food, while outdoor recreation consists of digital marketing and film, and performance apparel and sporting technology design. And what's interesting about the emerging target themes and the core enabling sectors is that they are not mutually exclusive, and they all have relevance to each other. And if you look at the bottom of the graphic, where it says sustain, nurture, excel, the idea was for core sectors would be that we would continue to sustain a positive business climate, training and innovation, investment readiness, and new market entry opportunities, and ensure productivity and competitiveness through the work that we and our partners do. However, we would focus very much and sharpen our pencil when it came to our emerging target themes. And that really means that we're going to proactively seek new investment to help support the growth of thematic areas, that we're going to encourage new firms and employment gains within these areas. So that was the sector ecosystem that was endorsed by Council in 2019. The action plan development process, again, just a refresher on how we got here. The sector recommendations were taken, and from those, regional analysis and sectorial analysis was completed. There was sector profiling that was also done, which looked at the assets of the various sectors that fall under thematic categories, a market opportunities analysis to understand where, what market opportunities we should perhaps consider or focus on, and supply chain and growth region analysis to understand, are there gaps in the supply chain that could be filled, and where should we be focusing our growth in terms of our targeting strategies. A series of consultation was conducted. Those were informed through one-on-one stakeholder interviews. Those were actually completed initially when we looked at the overall sectors to make a recommendation for the sector ecosystem. And then again, one-on-one interviews were completed as part of this body of work in 2019. We also conducted sector workshops with over 75 participants in 5 different thematic areas, which included renewable energy, green building, and agri-foods, performance apparel and sporting tech, and digital media and film. And from there was the action plan. Now I'm going to address the feedback that we've heard from council with respect to the action plan, and I'm not going to go into every single item. However, we'll touch on a few that stood out with respect to the feedback that was received and actioned by our team. So the first one is the Squamish ecosystem vision. So the following vision for a local ecosystem has been developed and included within the plan. So the goal of this work is to facilitate local business ecosystem that supports high-value local employment reflective of the local workforce, and where the composition of the local economy is diverse and adaptable to changing conditions, and where local firms are supported by innovation, research and development capacity, supportive infrastructure, and climate. And the idea is that Squamish will be a business destination known for its creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship. When it comes to specific vision statements for emerging target themes, those are going to be developed as part of the plan's implementation. We felt strongly, and I believe the business community feels strongly as well, that it's not up to the Economic Development Department to define what the visions are for particular thematic categories, and instead those visions need to come from the business. So, we also now include a definition of clusters in relation to the emerging target themes. And the definition is that they're a concentration of competing and collaborating firms that produce innovation and synergy. They consist of several different subsectors and firms may serve as different parts of the supply chain. And really they're interconnected businesses, suppliers, innovative entrepreneurs, and associated institutions that have created a critical mass of resources and competencies to drive competitive advantage and create economic value for the region. So there's some examples that I can provide of clusters as well. It's not included in the plan, but just for the sake of council, some examples of clusters are the aerospace cluster in Montreal, automotive cluster in Windsor, financial services cluster in Toronto, and oil and gas extraction in Alberta. Beyond that, a great example of a BC cluster is something more recent called Metal Tech Alley. And it's led by the Lower Columbia Initiative Corporation and community partners such as Trail, Rosalind, and so on. And really what they're doing is their focus on clusters, creating clusters is on digital fabrication and advanced materials and metallurgy, and then industrial recycling and the circular economy, and the industrial Internet of Things and big data technology. So the idea is that every regional economy has its own distinct profile of clusters, and the research that we've seen over the past 2 decades has shown that they play a real fundamental role in driving regional economic competitiveness. And they are associated with higher rates of job growth, wage growth, new business formation, and innovation. Another area that we definitely strengthened in the plan was around strategic plan priority areas. And the idea was to better connect those priority areas. We've referenced more or an increased number of strategies and action plans as they relate to this plan and provide context. So incorporated into the plan are the Community Climate Action Plan, the 2020 Bylaw update, the Marine Action Strategy, Squamish Valley Agricultural Plan, our department actually has been meeting with the leads for these projects over the past few months to understand what actions we can incorporate into our future planning with respect to implementing this plan as well as our general work as a district. And as I mentioned, happy to go through any of these other items that have been addressed as part of the feedback received. And at the end of the presentation, please do let me know. You can add additional items. So this is a slightly refined emerging sector roadmap and action plan. That's part of the revised plan. And the idea is that our goal will be to document an initial ecosystem map and inventory of clusters. And what we're really excited about is we want to create a tool to promote collaborative updating and ongoing updating to make that a non-stagnant report. This is an actual tool that our local business community can use. So we are looking for, we're looking to start this in 2020 as the summer kickoff and identifying the right partner to deliver on this. And then from there, we are also working to identify cluster stakeholders, some of which we were engaged with last fall during a workshop to support action plan implementation. And our goal is to create a cluster vision or cluster vision statement with those stakeholders. From there, we're also engaging right now on cluster needs assessment. So that's a continuous aspect of implementing this plan. It's understanding what the needs are in various sectors that fall under it. And that's everything from understanding space and land needs, infrastructure requirements related to perhaps transportation, to education and training development, innovation, regulatory. Right now, we are engaged on the 2020 zoning bylaw update planning, and we are undertaking a series of focus groups kicking off on early July to assess business space and land needs as part of the zoning bylaw update, but also to help inform our knowledge on these emerging themes. And our goal is also to connect or support or facilitate the connection of clusters in an ongoing way. So we recognize that we are not necessarily the right entity to be facilitating continuous networking or providing association-like support. However, what we can do is facilitate that work happening. And really our goal is to convene initial cluster kickoff events in partnership and help support the planning of future networking and cluster events ongoing in the district. Priority area 2 focuses on investment attraction strategies, and right now we are working on what our business development plan looks like and our ecosystem development plan, which is somewhat one and the same. So we are going to be working on understanding what our strategy is for business and investment attraction, and what type of resources and capacity our team would need to pursue those strategies. And through the annual budgeting process, we make a recommendation on that. In terms of investment readiness, we are continuously working on investment readiness through the communications work that we do, our research and data work that we do, and understanding the local community. So we will continue to do that. We're also going to have a communications plan to help support the implementation of this plan, which would have an element what does our business development plan look like from a communications perspective. And test and target, develop messaging, so that's understanding what we need to say and how we need to say it, and mostly to do, in terms of encouraging strategic investment in our community and achieving some growth. From there, we're going to be focused on market testing some of the subsectors and evaluating sharing impacts. And we really feel that both the economic leadership team and the economic partner forum will be great able to help us with this work moving forward. In terms of the alignment of the emerging sector roadmap and action plan to broader district objectives, we really focused in on how this plan supports elements of the USCP, objectives of the USCP, everything from employment-related land use to local employment skills and training and sustainable diverse business growth. And then looked at strategic priorities right now through council strategic plans, in particular focused on climate environment and the economy and local jobs. As well, we did look at how this plan supports organizational plan and through that effective partnership building, which is one of the pillars, building bridges pillar. So next step, our plan is to work with stakeholders to develop and execute the tactical ecosystem development plan. And I brought this graphic back up from the previous presentation because this graphic represents the process in which our work will be filtered through and how recommendations will arise for council consideration. So finally, the recommendation is that the District of Squamish endorse the Emerging Sector Roadmap and Action Plan dated June 16, 2020. Do you have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mulligan. Very good at acrobatic. Okay. That was strange. I think we're all right now. Okay, so we have 45 minutes at least for questions and comments before we put forward a motion to endorse this plan. So, questions, comments? I'll take them all. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Pretty partly be a question for future budget discussion. It concerns the impact studies that may be contemplated for some of the core and enabling sectors this year or next year in the future. And that is, while I recognize what we're after, what Representative Mulligan is adaptive strategy, and but for the forestry industry.
Councillor Anderson, it's very difficult to hear you. Can you turn your volume up? Can you get closer to your mic, or just get closer to your mic, maybe? We might just be having a bandwidth issue.
I can hear him fine.
You can hear him fine.
Yeah, I can hear him.
Okay.
So my question is, given that we do have a lot of data on the forest industry, and the reason why is because the province has needed to do a lot of work on this in their land use planning. With the impacts on the sector being of interest to a variety of folks, there's a lot of work being done on impacts on employment and what the contributions are. So given that a lot of data does exist, does it not make sense to prioritize the forestry land strategy? And that is what you captured in the Grazing Forestry Memorandum of Understanding with the district, which dates back to 2017. But can that be prioritized, given that we do have a lot of data that we can work with, and also given that it has been delayed a while, attention to these land matters, and it would also benefit the strategy in focus area 1, efficiency and renewable energy technologies, a lot of reference to biomass, but this requires land to work from for aggregating, sorting, primary processing of wood waste. So is it possible to consider this? And maybe that's a discussion we might revisit in budget, who knows, but I'll just put that to you.
Oh, Kate, we
Yeah,
muted. You're okay now.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, hi, Jenny there. Yeah, actually the land use planning as part of the forestry MOU is actually underway right now. So staff is aware and working on that collaboratively across departments. It's not just economic development. There's actually other departments that are participating in this. And we recently held a meeting with forestry stakeholders where we actually did discuss, first off, get an overview of the industry sectors as they are related. So land use planning is underway with respect to the MOU. In terms of the impact study, that impact study is slated for 2021 as part of our planning. And really the goal of that impact study, I think there was perhaps a question in general about the impact studies, what the objectives of them are. They're really to measure the economic contribution of Squamish proper sector, but for the purpose of this one, we'll be looking at it as a region. And it will be focused purely on direct, indirect, and induced impacts. And to your point, yes, there is data on employment, but we definitely don't have the direct, indirect from forestry, and we'll also be looking at value-added wood products for that one. And that's planned for post the land use planning.
If I may I'll suggest we can and should take this up when we come to discuss this question. I was the author of the 2016 study, and it does address induced and indirect, and it follows the same methodology as the Green Management Report for tourism. There's a lot of parallels between those two sectors. I'll also refer to the Vancouver Island study recently done, which does not address primary forestry. They are considered distinct. The province generally considers them distinct. There's a variety of reasons for that. On the matter of the value-added sector, and this is a second question. So I would put to you that there is a lot of data readily available and is very detailed, and follows provincial guidelines and procedures, just as the Crane Management Report did for tourism. So that's money we don't need to spend to a certain degree, and there's a lot of work in the land use planning area. But I'll follow up with another question on value-added wood products. Is it possible that we might consider finessing its position in the strategy in future, as it does the green economy focus area 2, green buildings and construction technology, almost encompasses, it encompasses a great deal of the value-added theme already. And I would wonder, it's something we can quibble over, but I would wonder whether it is an enabling sector, rather it is enabled by raw material produced by another sector. It shares so much with some of the other manufacturing areas, design as well. So I just put it to you, is it possible over time we may have opportunity to reconsider any of these sectors or themes as to where they sit in this overall strategy, but specifically value-added, because it is already in your emerging themes quite squarely.
So, through you, the Mayor, just to clarify, so you're suggesting that value-added wood products should be considered an enabling sector? Is that what you're?
I would suggest it's an emerging theme rather than a core sector. Forestry is core and enabling, but value-added is an emerging theme. That would be my suggestion. Or we may come to see that in the future or reevaluate.
Through the mayor, yeah, we were identifying, so we have the total value-added sector, and then a subset of that sector is green building. So that's kind of how we were able to identify or separate out. And so in terms of the value-added sector, we had it identified overall as a sector in enabling. That doesn't mean that it's not going to have a focus on it. It just means that the sharpening the pencil piece is really going to be focused in on green building and green building technology. So that was how we had identified and aligned or identified the sectors under the ecosystem. And so it is captured under both, essentially. But you're right, there's aspects of value added that may sit outside of the thematic area.
I'll just finish up here by adding that generally in industry, literature, and discussions, value added does not include sawmilling. Sawmilling is considered primary. So the sawmill in Brackendale, AJ Forest Products, is not a value added plant. It does rough lumber. It doesn't do a lot of planing or drying. So there is a distinction there, and from my look at things, nearly all the value added sector here is connected to green building. But these are things that will sharpen our pencils, as you say, with our definitions and improving our shared understandings over time. Thank you.
Councillor Race.
Thank you, and thanks to Logan for this. I made a comment the last time this came before about diversification, and I'm still kind of on that track when I ask this question. But when we have targets in core industries and enabling industries, how flexible is this plan to changing those? What would the process be if? And what I'm thinking of, it's hard to ignore the impact of the pandemic on our tourism industry, for example, and hospitality industry. And it may be some time before it recovers. It may never come back to the same levels. We just don't know. And so, in the interest of diversifying our economy, how nimble are we to identify or to look for other opportunities and to add that in? What would the process be, or what might the trigger be?
Through the mayor. So in terms of the ability to shift the plan, the sector ecosystem that I presented earlier on in the presentation, and that was endorsed by Council in 2019, that's the overall ecosystem, kind of what drives our economy, and what are the diverse sectors that make up our economy. Now, those sectors can be cyclical in nature. You're going to see upturns, downturns, but that doesn't mean that we can't shift our focus in relation to those. And that's our job as economic developers, is to look at what the business conditions are, what the research is saying, and be able to shift and adapt based on that. The plan that I presented today is really focused in on emerging themes for growth. And those themes were identified in particular because of their ability to remain resilient and their ability to produce significant growth for our local economy. So when we look at areas such as green building and clean tech, those are at the forefront right now of economy building. And so what we're trying to do is diversify into those sectors and strengthen those sectors and develop clusters so that we're not just reliant on some of the more traditional sectors of our economy, which can face impact related to the business climate at hand.
But just when I follow up, think of a pivot. I mean, I can't think of a situation, frankly, and I don't know an industry, but if we saw something that isn't contemplated by the plan today, an area we thought might be worthwhile pursuing, what would it take to get us going in that direction.
Through you, Mayor, that will be the job of our department to bring ideas forward or hear ideas from stakeholders and from council around new opportunities for our local economy, and then to make recommendations based on our expertise. So I don't see that there's any problem with pivoting or taking advantage of opportunities in a nimble way. However, our goal right now is to try to secure a plan, a forward plan to help grow the emerging sectors in particular. And we need to place a heavy focus on a few sectors rather than the entire ecosystem in order to move the needle immediately.
Thank you. I guess just my final comment on that is as I say, I'm really driven by, I think, not a need, but a possible need to further diversify and the opportunities of diversification. And so I recognize that not every industry will meet our community values, and so I'm not suggesting any industry is what we want. But I just don't want to get sort of into a program where we have blinders on. And so I'm just worried about that we have the ability to kind of think laterally sometimes and go after some opportunities that we just can't even imagine perhaps today. So that's the point of my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Any other questions? Councillor Pena.
Just wondering if I can get a bit more clarity or thinking around the clustering piece. And just first say that I really appreciate the edits to this document. We had a fair bit of discussion on the clustering, and I'm really pleased with the improvements to that section. There's one other facet, possibly the clustering, and maybe it doesn't actually belong there, and I guess it's part of my question. And for a bit of additional context, I'm going to talk about startups a little bit, and when I say that, I'm talking about the stage of business in any field, so not tech startups, but could be making gingerbread men, for example. And a piece that's come up for me, right now, the clustering, and I think for good reason, really focuses on businesses sharing supply chain or skills that have been crossover and so on. But in the sort of early stage of companies, what I've been seeing is completely unrelated companies. So they're not competitive, they're not collaborative, they don't share supply chain, but there's a lot of value in them sharing a space or being co-located. And so are we considering that as part of the cluster thing? Are we dealing with that elsewhere? And I guess a little bit what's behind this is thinking about, is this an area where we might have some quick wins, maybe the zoning bylaw stuff, and don't want to necessarily get some of those quick wins stuck behind having to develop a whole cluster ecosystem first.
Through you, the Mayor. Yeah, so I think that's a really great point, that we're not only looking to support the supply chain or late-stage businesses, we are actually looking at different phases of business, and you're absolutely right. So one of the goals that we're taking in terms of our approach to cluster development is, while there is going to be specific needs by clusters or clusters that are unique in their own right, so perhaps certain innovation, ecosystem building needs, R&D needs, and so on, there's a lot of crossover. And so our goal is to develop partnerships, develop and facilitate programs and initiatives that help, in general, the business. There will be times where there's going to be an exclusive opportunity for one particular cluster because of their specific needs, but overall, the approach will be much more focused on how can we raise the innovation ecosystem across the board for Squamish. So that's why we are looking at, in terms of our economic partner forum, encouraging participation by our academic partners and also accelerator incubator partners to participate in this group and help us bring these opportunities forward to our local businesses, whether that's through bricks and mortar applications or whether that's through, through virtual means. And we are working with partners like Spring Activator and the Discovery Foundation to bring that acceleration and incubation programming directly to our local business community that will benefit across the board. So I think that's a really great comment, and definitely has been considered in terms of our planning and how we're going to effectively implement this plan, because we have limited resources as a small town. We're not multiple departments of economic development. We're a district working on economic development. So definitely try to take a nimble and proactive approach to streamline approach in terms of providing more innovation as we go, in particular for startups.
Another follow-up, Councillor Penman?
No, I think, that's good to hear. I just, I guess I've seen a few cases where there is a business that's kind of trying to move to that next stage. They see a space, they want to buy it. It's just beyond their comfort zone. If they find another business unrelated that's willing to share space with them for a bit, that other business doesn't necessarily meet the zoning. And so, the business that is zoned for it then has the, do I take on a little more risk that I'm comfortable with and leave that half the space unoccupied until I need it in 3 years, or do I make use of it now? And so it's sort of that kind of co-location, cooperation between businesses which may be unrelated, and maybe we prioritize at least one of those businesses in one of our target sectors or something. But it's these sorts of things that just somehow I'd like to make sure it doesn't get lost in all of it.
Through the mayor, just to add to that one, there's one, definitely the 2020 zoning bylaw will address what business needs are. This one's focused in particular on the business park, this aspect of the zoning bylaw update. We are conducting focus groups where we are going to be speaking to local business community with respect to their space and land needs. So that will help inform recommendations that we've put forward, whether it be related to helping to grow our local ecosystem or the clusters, or whether it be to help inform the 2020 zoning bylaw. And with respect to co-location and space sharing, there's lots of great examples where other communities have taken the approach to facilitate co-locating businesses that are in a similar stage, and usually that takes a community, like a partner, private-public sector partnership to deliver on, or a specific mandate to the economic development arm of the municipality. Examples of that would be like Planet Hatch in Fredericton, and I know in the north, there's also some great examples of co-location spaces. So this is definitely on our radar, and we're well aware of it. Making it happen also usually involves an academic partner as well as multi-stakeholder in terms of service support.
Thank you. I have a question of my own. Kate, or Ms. Mulligan, in the document, it talks about KPIs being developed in collaboration with the economic leadership team as part of the foundational strategies. And I would hope that economic growth is not necessarily the overall goal, that we would look to KPIs that support the UN sustainability goals as a way to look at economic development in a well-rounded sort of way, that what we're trying to do is float all boats so that everyone rises with the gains we anticipate from implementing this strategy. So I know that the Biosphere Reserve folks are looking at the UN sustainability goals as part of their project. I know Community Foundations of Canada is driving community foundations to start looking at aligning their donations with the UN sustainability goals. So I think taking that broad view of how we establish KPIs for our economic development, I think is important in this day and age. So I add that as a comment, something to contemplate as you engage with this new team.
Thank you, absolutely will be taken. And I just wanted to mention that our mandate is premised on sustainable economic development. Actually, I remember having a discussion with Councillor Race in 2017 when we were approving the original 2017 to 2019 economic development plan. And the idea is that we would premise, our goals are premised on the social, economic, and environmental impact that economic development plays in our communities. So absolutely we'll be considering it. And when we speak to KPIs within the report, we're also specifically speaking to the actions of economic development, our department's work, in terms of attributable impact. So we'll be actually looking at some big high-level indicators to see how the community is doing, but also very specific indicators to understand how our plan is impacting on economic development that are specifically related to the work that we are doing.
Great, fantastic, thank you. Other questions? See your hand, Councilor Anderson. I'm just going to see if anyone else has a question since you've already had a opportunity. Okay, I'll come to you. Go ahead.
Thank you. In the chapter, Emerging Sector Roadmap and Action Plan, I suppose I can call it a chapter, the different units of the package here. There's a section on cluster needs assessments and action, strategy 4. And a little bit later, page 14, 17, 198 to 201 in our package, there's a discussion of resource allocation and organizational structure. And my general question, looking at both of these sections, is how do we ensure balanced attention between the core and enabling sectors on the one hand and the new and emerging target sectors? And for example, I'll just for the heck of it, just mention, say, a tourism infrastructure, whether it's a new dock or a campground or something, a public investment perhaps to consider. It could be any number of things, but, and you might perhaps refer to your governance or advisory structure, but how do we ensure balanced attention to both of these? Because in this discussion, we're not talking about resource allocation or organizational structure with respect to core and enabling. We're just focusing on the enabling, core and enabling, we're just focusing on the emerging themes. I'm lost in terms and phrasing, but I think you catch my question.
I do.
Thank you.
Through you, the Mayor. In terms of the implementation plan, we're going to be using our different bodies of work that we are implementing, whether it be the tourism impact study and the dynamics that will be arriving in front of council for consideration in the fall. We'll be working with stakeholder partners to help identify what the needs are with respect to infrastructure investments for the tourism industry, and then move the action as such. This would be part of our planning cycle with the economic leadership team and partners, our economic partners forum, as well as part of the annual budgeting process. So today I can't tell you it's going to be a 60-40 split or a 50-50 split, but what I can tell you is we'll be evaluating all of the sectors that you see in the sector needs system to understand what the needs are and what will actually help move the needle in terms of our economic development objectives, and then prioritize with the both groups and then with council.
Thank you. I have another couple of questions. I can't wait, however.
Nope, you've got the floor. Feel that it's yours until I cut you off.
Thank you. The next question I have concerns cluster organization, with emphasis on the theme. It's a well-established approach. Another analogous or related approach is eco-industrial development thinking, eco-industrial networks, eco-industrial parks. Here in Squamish, we had some attention to DCR yards 15 years ago from eco-industrial park specialists, and more recently, these ideas have been applied to a potential site or concept for a site in the Chicacan for wood waste aggregating and processing wood waste. So my question is, now this doesn't come up, but perhaps this can, because in contrast to clusters, an eco-industrial is specifically a park or a site typically, and here anyway, that's how it's going to apply. Is there room for bringing forward this concept, especially because it has, and it seems can be well applied to particular industrial areas that we have planning needs for? Eco-industrial as distinct from cluster. theory approaches?
Through you, the mayor, our business development work and our government relations work very much focuses on how do we make best use of our land, in particular our employment land, and our limited employment land, in particular medium industrial land. So by no means does this plan exclude the idea that we wouldn't want to develop a specific eco-industrial park or parks that support cluster development. Very much part of economic development's work ongoing, including the work that we did for the Green Economy Action Plan in 2019. I reinforce that work is continuing.
Thank you. Another question I have relating to the agri-food tech sector, that's focus area 3. And I'm not sure what chapter that was in, but you'll know what I'm speaking about. Focus area 3, agri-food tech. I wondered whether it might be conceivable to consider or to give some consideration to aquaculture feed. We have had a couple of companies come to Squamish over the years, attracted by the fact that we have access to the Gulf Georgia Stage C and also by rail. So aquaculture feed typically involves grains or a type of input derived by rail car. And this is what attracted companies here to Squamish, notably in 2004, 2005, the company came here. But I just wondered whether that might be missing in the list of possibilities in the agri-food tech sector. And these were very large Quebec investors at that time.
We can definitely go back and look at the plan and take that into consideration. Aquaculture is something that is definitely on the forefront of technology within the green economy. And I think that there's nothing preventing us from servicing a lead with respect to that. How much of a focus or intent we place on lead development in that area will depend on the amount of work and the prioritization of that work.
Thank you. I'll just add that the landlord at the time that was, they were knocking on the door up with PTR property, and their problem was it wasn't enough rail cars for them, for the railway. Great concept, but we'd like to have somebody that's going to deliver a whole bunch of rail cars for our own interest. So that was a little bit of the background to it, and why it didn't go further than it did at that time. I mostly have some observations at this point rather than questions. I can go ahead with a couple of them, Mayor Elliott.
I just have another question.
Sure.
Ms. Mulligan, this report doesn't refer to Squamish Nation. Understandably, this is our strategy, but they are our largest landholder. They have aspirations over the long term in the valley, and so I wonder, you know, when you give thought to implementing this plan, how do we start to better align and do collaborative planning with the nation? I don't even know whether to call it that, but obviously they have NCHI, their economic development arm, and we have this strategy. So where do the two start to intersect, and how is your team starting to think about that?
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. I definitely have been thinking about that quite a bit. We were really fortunate last year to be able to engage with Squamish Nation in some of our economic development work. They were at the table for our economic development, a Squamish economic steering group, which was a predecessor group to the new economic leadership team. And they also participated in our Partners in Economic Response to COVID-19, as well as some of our initiatives. I think what is very clear is that the Squamish Nation has many priorities around economic development and many stakeholder jurisdictions that it's dealing with on a regular basis. I think the goal for us will be to try to identify areas within the plan, this plan among the other work that we do, where there's common interests and where we can meet some common objectives. And working together through that, I think will help us figure out a path forward in terms of engagement between of conversation in the district of Squamish. That being said, we will continue to work with various staff conversation on individual initiatives. But I think that there's probably a larger picture vision in terms of our collaboration around economic development that needs to be considered in terms of the implementation of this plan. In particular, land use, I think, is a big consideration moving forward for the district and Squamish Nation, and in particular, a lot of the land use involves the Crown.
Appreciate that. Okay. Are there any other questions specifically, or can we just move on to general comments? Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I cannot help but note you have highlighted the marine action strategy as well as other policy or programs that are managed, of course, by other departments in collaboration with economic development. But that the item that most addresses commercial transportation is the one that we have delayed for attention. And it is the focus area 4, Marine Gateway, and it's got really a lovely name. It's 4.1.1A1-A1.1. What it is that component of the marine action strategy that addresses needs assessments for facilities, not only for industry shipping and so on, short sea, but also ferries and tourism infrastructure from fuel stations to the boat launches. So all of these things need a needs assessment and locational puzzles to solve, and it is the one that we've not acted on it fully. And of course, there are other competing pressures, and we understand that. But I'll just quote what it has to say, is that future economic development work in this section of the Marine Action Strategy is a possibility. And I suggest that when we come budget again, we might revisit that and just see how important is this. And I suggest that, and I passed along some photos of local companies driving their freight to downtown Vancouver to be shipped to Bowen Island or Thornby. And this is the kind of thing that we need to address, and this is the section of Marine Action Strategy that was intended to address it. So we do understand that there's competing pressures, but I just thought I'd highlight that section. I'd like to mention a few things quite briefly that are in the area. I'm mentioning because there's dollar opportunities, there's money on the table, or there are other forms of opportunities. And one of them is in how we define green buildings. In this report, you are exclusively referring to energy efficiency of buildings and the STEP policy, STEP codes. However, in our region, most of the companies, and we're talking about a cluster of about 6 or 8 firms, their marketing is toward embodied energy in buildings and resiliency in buildings. These are the other 2 pillars of green buildings: energy efficiency, embodied energy, and resiliency and recycling, ultimately. And I just highlight that because once we get to study who these people are, and they are design firms and manufacturing firms from Pembroke down to here, this is their focus. And they are exporters, and they are generally high-end customer people, and that's why they ship a lot to Gulf Islands and over to the islands. But I just thought I'd highlight that because it's an opportunity to work in tandem with them and recognize that, in fact, we're taking it another step higher, rebuilding, beyond the STEP program. We're aiming higher, and that's what these firms are. I'll pass on quickly to a program that was visited us back in January, and that is, that they're referred to in the report, it's the National Industrial Symbiosis Program. They have money, and they could be potential partners, and they certainly are a resource. And very interesting network, and they keep coming back with suggestions to local firms. And so there's they also another firm, two outfits that aren't mentioned that have money for us if we are going to be partnering with Squamish Nation, and that is Port CC, Bioenergy Division, and FP Innovation. So some of us attended a January local government and sports industry workshop at UNC with FP Innovation. They they would like more money, but in fact, they do have money if we can tie into working together with Squamish Station. We have many platforms in which to do that. So these are two agencies that I did see highlighted in the list. Another opportunity, I will be quick. Woodworks initiative of the province is highlighted in the report, but what might be mentioned is the fact that the District of Squamish was the first community in Canada to pass a wood first resolution. And every time the Canadian Wood Council or Woodworks program people give a presentation, a slideshow, Squamish is up there at the top of the slide. And we've forgotten that. But it's also part of our brand and marketing and how we can be seen to be standing behind this local sector, among other sectors, of course. I would also like to suggest that the term cross-laminated timber be replaced with mass timber. And the reason for that is that the investment possibilities and the people who have come by to look at opportunities here are in other lines in that family of products. They are dowel laminated timber, nail laminated timber, glulam, all part of a family. And CLT is just one family member. So that we would be better targeted to use the industry standard term, and we'll be recognized as doing that, using the industry standard term. CLT is a bit of a bandwagon. It's important, but there are other opportunities, and some of the companies that come here over the years have been elsewhere in that family. I'll leave it at that for now. I do have a couple more comments. I'll leave it at that.
We're going to wrap up the conversation, Councillor Anderson, so do you want to wait until we put a resolution on the floor? Why don't we wait?
I would like to put a motion on the floor. Then I would like to move that the emerging sector roadmap action plan dated June 16, 2020 be endorsed. And then let's suggest an amendment with references to forestry memorandums of understanding substituted with forestry land strategy. And that's the OCP, and you can say OCP, forestry land strategy. I'll read that again. It, as we have it from you, Ms. Mulligan, the recommendation, with references to forestry memorandum of understanding substituted with or for forestry land strategy. And I'll speak to that if you like, if there's a second.
Okay, hold on a second. Ms. Mulligan, were there any other changes you heard from council that you would like as part of this motion? I heard the one about replacing the word mass timber.
Yeah, I don't have a problem replacing mass timber, replacing it to mass timber. It was, one of them was including aquaculture, but I need to take a step back on that one. But I think it would still be part of our review anyhow of the sector or of it.
Council, were
Sorry,
there...
I'm going through all my notes.
Yep, I want to give you a chance to do that. Council, were there any other amendments you feel are very important to get on this motion before it goes forward? These would be friendly amendments to Councillor Anderson's motion if he accepts them. Okay, we'll just give Ms. Mulligan a second to see if there's anything that... the only other one I heard, Ms. Mulligan, is expanding the definition of green building to include embodied carbon and resiliency of the product.
Sure.
Would that be all right, Councillor Anderson?
Yes.
Yeah, I looked through my notes and I don't see anything else that requires an amendment, I think.
Okay. So it would be to capture those three things, is to replace CLT with the term mass timber, to replace forestry MOU with the forestry land strategy, and expanding the green building definition to include the concepts of embodied carbon and resiliency of materials. If that is your motion, Councillor Anderson, then we can look for a seconder. That is seconded by Councillor Pagdale. Are you in agreement, Councillor Anderson?
Yes, thank you. If you'd like, I can speak to my suggestion.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. The forestry memorandum of understanding dated from March 2017, and it was not exactly a public document. In fact, it may not be looked at as due counsel. However, the core aspects of it were incorporated into during 2018 into the OCP. And something that's is incorporated into the natural resources section of the OCP, and unfortunately it gets hidden because when we cite the OCP, and Ms. Mulligan has done it in her report there, typically, and it's understandable, we cite the objectives. But there's nothing in the natural resources objectives that triggered that there's anything to do with industrial land, but there is. So that section 23.2b concerns industrial land, whereas the whole rest of that OCP chapter concerns forestry practices and the forest land base and the forest landscape. So that's a little bit of an aside. That's where it's located. And you can see it from the forestry MOU. The MOU includes other references that are not so readily needed for our present purposes. The strategy plan, they include some issues with Lot 69, a letter that was going to be sent to the province and this sort of thing. So these core things that are of interest to our economic development strategy are found in the UCP section, and that is really the public expression of that understanding and statement. I will just also say that finally that these economic development reports that you have cataloged for us today, there are several of them. They are a little bit unusual in their scope and detail, and they reflect also a very efficient process over the last couple of years. There's a lot of work there. It's hard for us, a challenge for a new councillor like myself to properly digest these reports and receive them. And on one occasion, I was a new chair, an emergency chair, and I would have liked to have been on the bench asking questions, but I didn't get a chance to on that occasion. But I just wanted to acknowledge that there's a lot of detail and hard, solid work here, and flow to the whole program. And they will serve us well, and as you said, it's a living set of documents as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Payne.
Can I ask a clarifying question from Councillor Anderson?
Through the chair, you can.
Yeah, through the chair. I'm just trying to understand this document we're substituting. It sounds like this document is actually a subsection of the OCP, so it's really calling out, because the OCP was already referenced, so it's just sort of highlighting that, but it's not adding new objectives or directions to the resolution. Is that correct?
In fact, this section of the OCP was not cited in the report. Only the MOU. The MOU predated the OCP. They are identical except for three things. There's a reference to a particular piece of real estate, which is not relevant to us here. There's a reference to sending a letter to the province, which is not relevant to us here. So it is identical, and they are, in summary, identifying potential sites for forestry processing, for wood waste facilities, and additional upland log sorting. And that's in the OCP, and the same language, the same phrasing is in the Memorandum of Understanding. So the Memorandum of Understanding has a little bit extra that we don't need, and we really should stick to the public expression of what we're doing here, and that is in the OCP. Is my opinion.
It's just making the document more exact, Councillor Pettengill.
Okay.
Rather than changing anything.
Okay, thank you. And then can I make my comments now?
Go ahead, please.
So I will be supporting this. I do really appreciate the attention to all of our comments and how those have been reflected in this draft. There's one piece that is always a dilemma, and that's when I talk to people, I think it seems there's people that are just ready to go, and they don't need a lot of support from us necessarily. They just need for us to say, yeah, go do whatever you want, and that's fine. Now, I know we're not necessarily wanting people to do whatever they want to do, and so I don't think we want to go down the road of a free-for-all, but I'm just trying to stay mindful of
you know, are we doing too much planning and preparing too much and too much, you know, as opposed to just letting people get to it. And so I think as we move forward, that is a key piece to pay attention to. I think, you know, we are paying attention to our zoning bylaw rewrite and those sorts of things. And there, I think, are some opportunities for us to maybe provide a little bit more flexibility, and those that can move ahead right now, I think, are ready to do so. But overall, I really appreciate this draft, so thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor French.
Thank you. This is an exciting time for me. I feel like we have been talking about economic development a lot, and just picking up on Councillor Pettingill's thought, economic development isn't talk and planning. It's action. It's out there doing and working with people that are looking to come here or expand here or whatever the case is. So I'm looking forward to maybe a little less talk and a little less planning and a little more action with this. So I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you, through the chair. I would say it is exciting to be at this space. I do think that the plan is important, and it does take time to be able to have all our ducks in a row in order to be able to facilitate that longer term vision that we're trying to set out. And I think, Ms. Mulligan, many of your comments put me at ease in terms of we're still acting nimbly. We are a small team. We're trying to do a lot with a little bit of capacity. Not a little bit, limited capacity, we'll put it that way. But I do appreciate the nimbleness that your team has taken, especially in response to the current situation with the COVID-19 crisis, and really rapidly working with our partners to respond to that, all while maintaining what our long-term vision should be for economic development. And I think today's overview of the work that your team does was really helpful to put that into context. So thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? This is the last time you get to comment on this before it heads into budget. So speak now, or you're not talking about it again until we see the budget. Ms. Mulligan, I think this is a great piece of work. I agree with Councillor Pettingill. I think you did a great job incorporating Council's comments from last time. I think that the more we create a vision for our community, people can see how they fit into that vision. And so I see the room for nimbleness here, but also that strategic push to focus on some key emerging sectors while we put in place the things that support our enabling sectors is really important and is a great balance. So I applaud your team for doing the work they've needed to do to get this plan complete, while at the same time responding to the short-term needs related to the pandemic. And looking forward to hearing who is on the economic leadership team and getting that work underway with our community partners as well. So thank you very much. I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Council, do you want a short break here? So how about we come back at 1:45? Okay, we're back in our special business meeting for Tuesday, June 16th. We're on item 9B1, our temporary fire hall building construction delivery. Mr. Morwood, walk us through this decision. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesse Morwood. I'm the capital project manager for the District of Squamish. As the mayor mentioned, I'm presenting on the temporary fire hall building construction delivery. Also available for questions or comment at the end of the presentation is Aaron Foote, the deputy fire chief, as well as Anthony Jeffrey, the procurement manager. So there's a couple of learning goals today, and this will be a refresher, I think, for many of you. First of all, why do we need a temporary fire hall? What are the components of the temporary fire hall? Also, kind of the crux of the resolution is what are the fundamentals of the construction manager contract, and what are the options for exercising it? And lastly, what's the cost breakdown of the temporary fire hall? Our presentation objective effectively is the resolution, and that's for council to exercise the stipulated contract option with Kinetic Construction for building the temporary fire hall. And if that doesn't make sense, hopefully by the end of the presentation it will. So, answering the first question, why do we need to build a temporary fire hall? Effectively, on the current site where we're going to build the new Clark Fire Hall, there's not enough room to build the new fire hall without removing the existing fire hall. Similarly, there's not enough room to build a temporary fire hall on the existing site, so we had to find another location. The reason we need a temporary fire hall is to maintain that continuity of service. So a site close to the existing fire hall was needed, and we found one at Clark and Guildford. And again, this is a temporary fire hall for about 2 years while the new fire hall is being built. The components of the temporary fire hall is, the main one is the apparatus bay. So this is where the trucks will be stored, a lot of the specialized equipment necessary for the fire service and emergency service to operate from, including their storage of their equipment, as well as a small container C-can for additional storage. Washrooms on site for all the fire staff. The washrooms are also used for decontamination. As well as, obviously this is implied, but with the temporary fire hall, we have to build and install all of this. So there's a lot of some utilities and services that are required to be installed. There's a lot of site work. There's paving that has to be done. And the other large component is that we're building a gravel parking lot for Vancouver Coastal Health. The purpose we're building the parking lot at this location is that there's a lot of cars that currently park at the location that we're going to build the temporary fire hall. And since this is Vancouver coastal land, they were concerned that if we took up the place where the cars are currently parking for effectively a parking ride, that those vehicles would migrate to their other parking lots. So although they did effectively lease us the land for free, they did ask that we would build a temporary parking lot and the adjacent parcel of land. One change from the RTC, and I will get more into this as we go through the presentation, is that there is no modular trailer. This is a scope change that we've made recently. And again, I'll get more into detail about why there's no modular trailer. One thing I would like to add is that we are reusing as much equipment. So existing equipment in the fire hall, we are reusing as much equipment as we can that will be used into the temporary fire hall. So we're not buying anything that we don't feel that we have to buy. So the question is, we know what we have to build. The question is, how do we deliver this project? And this was really why we hired Kinetic Construction in September of 2019 to act on our behalf as the construction manager. So what does the construction manager do? We've actually hired them a little bit early before construction to assist us with design. They really bring a practical lens on the designs that's being done by the architects and our design team. So they're currently working on other projects around the province. They have close connections with the industry, suppliers, so they're able to look at the design with a real critical, practical lens from someone who's actually going to build the building. They complete cost estimates for us. So I think in the past, we've talked about the Class D and the Class C estimate. So as we go through the design process, we know more about what the building is going to look like. They provide us with updated cost estimates about what kind of cost that we can expect. So this was how the Class D, I believe, was how we knew kind of what our general budget was going to be when we came to council to finalize the budget. They also manage the tender processes for us, and this can be fairly involved. So reviewing, putting tender documents out and reviewing all the tender submissions that we received. Lastly, they effectively build the building through the subcontractors that we're hiring. So this component is kind of like a general manager or a general contractor, I think is a term that some people are familiar with. So they manage all the sites, and this will mean having a site supervisor, project manager, safety officer, and other staff to help facilitate all these different trades that we can hire, and we will get into some of those trades. So we hired them through a contract documentation through something called CCDC, and apologize, it's a bit of a mouthful. What it stands for is the Canadian Construction Documents Committee, and it's basically a national organization that standardizes contracts for the building industry. And you probably haven't heard of it in this venue, at least before, because we haven't been building buildings in the past. Typically, we've been using MMCD, which is another type of provincial contract documentation, but MMCD doesn't fit well with building a building. So we used a widely used, nationally recognized set of contract documents that's understood by the industry. The specifics of that contract, the actual contract is called a 5B, and I've added the definitions from ccdc.org there. And effectively, it's the explanation is it's a standard contract document between the owner and construction manager to provide advisory services during the pre-construction phase and perform the required work during the construction phase. So effectively, what the bullets I've added on the left is the type of contract that we've entered in Kinetic Construction. So we have entered a 5B, a construction management contract with Kinetic Construction, but we haven't fully exercised how we're going to pay them effectively. And there's three options about how we pay them, and I'll go through them. And this slide is kind of the crux of the resolution too, is what we're recommending. So the first option is a cost plus scenario. So effectively all the subcontractor costs and Kinetic costs, we just add the construction management fee on top of that, which is 3.75 in this case. It's good, this option is good in that you only really pay for what invoices are coming in. The downside of the cost plus scenario is that there's no large incentive for contractors to be cutting costs. Kinetic is I think an honest company as the staff that we're dealing with, but again, it sometimes takes work to reduce costs and look for savings, and there's just not an incentive there to do that with cost plus. The other really big detractor from the cost plus option is that it's not a fixed amount at the end of the day. So we're doing the estimates, and we'll get into that kind of cost, but there can be cost escalation, and there's no protection for the district against cost escalation. There also tends to be a lot of paperwork with cost plus, which is a tax on our resources. The second option is a guaranteed maximum price. So this tries to deal with dealing with the upside risk, the cost escalation, if you will. So what it is it's a cost plus system. So you pay the invoice amount plus a percentage fee up to an agreed amount fee, which basically shares the risk between the contractor and the owner, the district in this case. The downside is that it can be complicated. There can be a lot of negotiation between the contractor and the owner. Also, generally, because there's more paperwork, more negotiation, more back and forth, the maximum amount that's agreed upon is generally higher than what the stipulated price would be, and in this case, it would be higher. It's not a widely used option, is my understanding, and it's not our preferred option. The last option is what we're recommending, and it's a lump sum. It's called a stipulated, and so a lump sum fixed price. So what this means is that upfront, before we actually get into the construction of the project, we basically agree on a final price. The final price, I'll go into the prices in a minute, but the final price is largely based on a lot of the tendered sub-trades that we've already publicly tried to procure, as well as the fees associated with Kinetic to do their work. really the main benefit of the system is it provides us with cost assurance, so we know what that maximum price would be. Again, for all these options, we still go out to tender. We still do publicly follow our public procurement process. So there is consistency in that. It's really, at the end of the day, it's about risk and to some degree workloads. So again, what we're recommending is that we follow the stipulated option. This is generally the most, my understanding, the most common type of contract that's exercised in this CCDC 5B contract. And again, that's because we know what our costs are up front. But I think before we get to the resolution, I think it's really, you need to understand all the costs that are going into this contract, what we would be paying Kinetic to build the temporary fire hall. On that note, I want to kind of walk you through the process about how we've led up to this point and how we're going to get to that final cost, because it's not finalized. As I've talked about in the past, we've done different cost estimates. The most recent one was completed in March, and that was the cost class C estimate. We're just finalizing actually the B in the next week or so. So, and that's more to do with the permanent fire hall rather than the temporary fire hall. But since March, we have made some modifications. We've, as we got into the detailed design for the temporary fire hall, we have made some designs from what was originally estimated. So there has been some change, and that's kind of the natural process. The third step that happened was the design team, so that was the architect and the associate engineers, finalized the design. Then Kinetic took it on our behalf and went out to public procurement for that. And then once they received all the tender documents, they analyzed it for us and presented us all the documentation, including the actual tender documents and their associated costs. So we've done a fairly exhaustive process reviewing all the tenders that have come in. And what we found was the costs were higher than our Class C estimate, which was what we were aiming for, and really higher than what we had originally budgeted for back when we came to council for the final budget. So what we've been doing for the last number of weeks, we've been reviewing the scope to see if we can change anything to save costs or reduce the scope effectively. And regardless of what option we are recommending, we would have done this in any of those three cases. So the tender results, the main component, the largest cost of the temporary fire hall is the publicly procured tenders. And there's, as you can see, there's kind of 10 different components to this. So before I get into most of the details, this is where the change from the RTC is highlighted. The RTC includes the modular trailer. After we received the tender results, we looked at renting a modular trailer and buying a modular trailer. And the modular trailer was going to use for the fire staff or emergency staff for their daily and weekly and annual training objectives, as well as to have washrooms, facilities right beside the apparatus bay, so they could use in tandem with the training yard that's on Clark Drive. When we looked at the budget or the tenders that we received, there's the fire staff went back and contemplated whether they could deal without that for 2 years. They've been able to figure out, make some sacrifices and figure out how they can kind of get around not having that modular trailer facility for 2 years. However, they do need washrooms for obvious reasons, but also for heightened concerns around COVID, as well as decontamination when they come back from a call out. So my apologies, this does vary a bit different from the RTC. It's still in process, so we haven't finalized it. There is also some negotiations that's going on, and there is some time sensitivities around some of these items, so we did want to come forward without our numbers finalized. So my apologies for that. The other component is the of the tender is the CCAN. That's again for extra storage. The universal cover is the apparatus bay, which is really the bulk of the facility. Washrooms, I think we've received 3 quotes now, but we're going through them at the moment. Millwork, HVAC for the apparatus bay. Plumbing, most of this was for the apparatus bay, but there was some for the modular trailer, so we have to go back and reduce that scope from that contract. So there's some changes still coming there. Electrical, same as above. Security, the civil works and the earthworks and the paving works. So these are what our anticipated finalized tender results will be if and when we go with this scope of work. This is about a $97,000 reduction from the RTC. So there's the total cost of the project we're expecting for the temporary fire hall is $860,000. Again, we're working on reducing this number, and there's still some numbers to be finalized, but this is kind of the upper cost is what I'm expecting at this moment. So the main cost, as I mentioned, was the tendered subtrades. There are a few components of the work that we didn't tender, and these are generally because they're quite small. There may be intermittent. Can be quite specific, and it wasn't applicable. It was really difficult to tender it at the time. Some of these may include traffic control, intermittent traffic control, street cleaning, some concrete work, rough carpentry, fire hall signs, painting, and just general other miscellaneous items. There is some potential for some cost savings from that $48,000. The other 2 costs are associated with Kinetic costs. Kinetic Construction, our construction manager. Through the contract, the CCDC 5B contract, they are entitled to recover the costs of work. These can include staffing, office supplies, equipment, first aid, signs, survey, disposal, cleanup. So there's a lot of costs associated with that are allowable under this contract. And we have reviewed all of those costs. Certainly by far the largest cost out of that is the actual staffing time. Their staffing costs, monthly costs, were actually submitted in their RFP back in September 2019. So we knew what those costs were going to be ahead of time before now. So these costs aren't a surprise. There are some other little costs. Their staffing is a project coordinator, construction safety officer, superintendent, project manager, and they're not necessarily needed for the whole time. And that again is reflected in that cost. The last fee is their construction management fee, and this is effectively their project, project profit margin, if you will. And again, this was in their RFP back in September 2019. This number was provided, so we knew what this number was going to be, and it's based on the total project number. So we are just talking about the temporary fire hall at this point. We will go through a similar exercise for the permanent fire hall. The difference, what we're estimating right now from the RTC is approximately $155,000 less than the RTC says. I do recognize that $860,000 is a lot of money. It seems like a lot of money for a temporary fire hall, and I just want to try to preemptively comment on that. What we're doing is we're buying the apparatus bay because we felt this was the best cost-benefit decision the district could be made. Purpose being is our intention is to replace the Tantalus fire hall in the near future. So the apparatus bay is a temporary structure that can actually be moved to another site. And so instead of paying rental fees for this site and then paying rental fees for the next site, we're going to buy it and then save that money over the long run. There's also a lot of components that go into this, into the apparatus bay. So there's hardware we're having to buy. And again, we're able to, if now the district would own it, and we're able to transfer it to that next site. And lastly, there is a demand out there for this apparatus bay after we're finished with it internally and potentially externally for that matter. But for example, Public Works could use this building. So there is a legacy with this building. We've also encompassed the whole cost just in this project. But the reality is that if we're going to share it with other projects, potentially we can, if not $860,000 just for this one location, it can be split over a few different projects. Lastly, we are, as I mentioned, building a gravel parking lot for the Vancouver Coastal Health. So I see this as a bit of a legacy item and they can use for their needs in the long term. So now that you understand the costs, again, we're expecting it to be around $860,000 for the temporary facility. But what we're actually asking is that council can help us exercise the contract with Kinetic Construction. So we would finalize the process would be we would go through all the final numbers. We would make sure that we're content with them, happy with them. And then we would sign the stipulated contract for the temporary fire hall at that amount. And so that brings us to the recommendations, and that's that council, that the District of Squamish exercise the stipulated contract option with Kinetic Construction for building the temporary fire hall, and that the mayor and corporate officer be authorized to execute the agreement. Thank you. That's my presentation.
So now there's a quiz, so I'll ask council these questions. You can raise your hand. No, I'm just joking. Council, questions? Councillor Pettengill.
Thank you. A couple things. And the first one, it's actually two related. Have we seen or do we have any reason to believe there's going to be COVID pricing on construction? I'm thinking labor in particular. I don't know that we've seen all the economic fallout. So I'm just wondering if we have any expectation that might move. And then related to that, especially with a fixed price, does that price get insured at all? And I'm just thinking, you know, because we're heading into uncharted waters because of COVID, if the company just says like totally unplanned, but we can't finish this project, like the whole economic picture has changed, do they insure that fixed price, or is it sort of that is a risk we still take?
Yeah, through the mayor. Yeah, I mean, effectively, it's like any other contract we sign. There's a contractual legal agreement between two parties where we've agreed on a fixed amount and a fixed scope. So the risk is transferred to them. If they don't deliver, then I guess there's legal repercussions. But having said that, you know, we've already gone out to tender for the majority of the work. So the majority of work is you know, following this resolution is locked in. So all those sub trades, which is the majority of work, have already agreed to do the work at the fixed amount. The remainder costs are their staffing costs, and they're a fixed amount that are not going to escalate. There is a small COVID number that was added, and actually that was hand sanitizer. That's one of the line items in their general line items, and I think it was $500, and that's actually a WCB or a WorkSafe rather requirement now. So there is small costs. So the temporary facility, I think the risk is very low. We are having that conversation about the permanent fire hall. We are going out to tender in a few months, but also, this is part of the reason that we hired Kinetic Construction up front, because they have multiple projects going on right now. They have the relationships with the suppliers, and so they're really able to kind of know what's coming down the pipeline and help us kind of act accordingly and adjust accordingly. So that's part of the benefit of having a construction manager on our side, effectively, if you will. Having said that, they haven't identified anything. We're having regular conversations. So at this point, I'm hoping that, anticipating that we're going to be on budget. We are getting the Class B estimate coming out within the next week or so. And at the end of the day, all of this goes to tender, and we'll see what happens, I guess.
Thank you. My second question, how much or how in depth have we gone into verifying that these movable structures can be moved where we need them to be for the second fire hall? From what I understand in terms of response times, there isn't a whole lot of choice. So, you know, is it like, are we just sort of presuming that'll work, or do we know that those specific structures will work and will meet response time requirements and so on?
Yeah, through the mayor, we haven't finalized where that might go. So right now we are presuming. There is some background research that's happening. So again, it's our anticipation that we're going to be using it at a site that's close, and there's a number of potential sites that are close and would meet that response time. As I mentioned earlier, I think that's our intention is to use it for the Tantalus Fire Hall. If it doesn't, if we can't use it, there was demand internally to use it elsewhere, use this apparatus bay. It's quite a versatile structure. Public Works is, I think, the obvious candidate, and Public Works, as you may know, is, you know, eventually we are going to have to replace and upgrade that facility. So that there is a latent demand there that it could be used there. So I think regardless if that site works or not, there is use and there is good value in buying the structure.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. We have two projects here at this in this vicinity, a reconfiguration of the Guildford Drive-Clark Drive intersection and the temporary fire hall. What is their respective scheduling according to your plans?
Thank you. Through the mayor, the Clark-Guildford intersection is starting shortly. The contractor is waiting for a few materials. I expect it could start this week, actually. The temporary fire hall will be a bit later. We have to order the materials and supplies, and so our intention is to, we don't need to start the temporary fire hall for a little bit. Our intention is to line up the temporary fire hall installation just prior to when we want to start demolishing the existing fire hall and building the new fire hall. So we want to make sure the schedule is quite tight. There's lots of logistical reasons, but it will also save the district money in the long run. So we're looking at, not starting for a month, maybe two for the temporary fire hall, probably a month from now. Sorry, long story short, I don't anticipate the projects to overlap. The intention is for the projects not to overlap.
I see. I'll just outline why I'm asking is that that intersection some years ago was determined to be about number 8 or 9 in terms of accidents within the district. And it's particularly hazardous for Valley Cliff drivers coming up the hill and needing to see, look up the hill towards the hospital and what's coming down. And recently there has been some construction vehicles parked not very optimally adjacent to the pressure reducing valve building. And I was just noticing in your report that a construction safety officer is part of the package here. And I would anticipate that construction safety officer, of course, would have responsibilities for traffic safety as they relate to the comings and goings of the construction project. But I just thought I'd mention that too. It's something to be careful of. We have had Public Works took out a tree a couple of years ago just to improve the visibility on that corner. But that will be an issue ongoing during the construction project, perhaps. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner and then Councillor Herford.
Thank you, through the chair. And thanks for the presentation, staff, and walking us through the details here. My question is on the staff recommendation. Appreciate the efforts that are being put into reducing costs, but in the staff recommendation, there's no upper limit to exercising the contract. And so I'm curious, one, if we should either put in an upper limit or if you expect to come back to council with that final number before it's actually executed.
Yeah, through the mayor. Thanks for the question. It's generally, we don't put values in the resolutions anymore, and this is because there's some fluctuation. So if you go back to some of the RTCs that for tender awards that we've done, we actually didn't have an amount in there. It's obviously up to council if you want to add amount. You know, I am comfortable if you want to add an amount. I would suggest, you know, 860,000 or a bit more to give us a bit of leeway. Like I said, there's some moving parts. Around $860,000 is my amount. So it's up to council, but up to you.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I had some questions around the repurposing, and you covered that well earlier. Thank you, Mr. Morwood. I'm curious about just the question that's before us as far as the payment part of the contract. I'm curious why this exact portion of the contract is left to this point in the game, and it's not negotiated earlier on, and that might just be my lack of experience with this particular type of contract. But if someone could run me through why are we discussing it at this point, not at the onset of the contract, as far as how payment's going to be done?
Yeah, great question to the mayor. I don't know if I can give you a great answer. Anthony Jeffrey hopefully is on the line, and he might be able to pipe up. He's our procurement expert and helped us set it up initially. You know, off the top of my head, I think my response would be is we didn't have those detailed estimates. We didn't have those detailed costs, so we couldn't really see a number up front until we had the tender costs back. And so we're now in a good position to kind of understand what those costs are going to be. You know, maybe if it was a different value or a different scope, you know, we might want to go with a different option. I don't know if that's the case, but this is a contract process. I think this is generally typically how it happens. Is Mr. There he is, Mr. on the line there.
Hi, just to add to Jesse's point, so the way these contracts typically work is you hire the CM up front with the architect and you go through the design phase. So basically you're working out all the risk at the front. So there does come a point where you want to exercise one of those three options, and it's usually closer to when you know what the real number is going to be. So that's kind of why it's not done up front. The contracts are actually structured this way so that those options are exercised further down the road.
Okay, thank you. That satisfies my question.
All right, thanks. I've got Councillor French and then Councillor Race.
Thank you. I'm unclear about the gravel parking lot that we're creating. Now, I think I have this correct in that we're borrowing the Vancouver Coastal Health parking area, and we've seen a map that shows where that is, so I'm clear on where that's going for the temporary facility. And we've then committed to Vancouver Coastal Health that we're going to create a new parking area. Where is that?
Through the mayor, thanks for the question. It's on the same parcel of land, so there's just east of maybe of where the site, the temporary firewall site is. There's a few trees and a bit of a mound where there's a Fortis gas line right away, just on the other side of it. So effectively, it's adjacent to the southernmost paved Vancouver Coastal Health parking lot. So the temporary fire hall will use maybe half of the site, and the other half would become this temporary parking lot or a gravel parking lot.
Okay, so this involves a little bit of tree clearing and some flattening of land?
That's correct, yeah. And bringing in material suitable for a parking lot.
Great. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Morwood. I was just wondering, what was the original budget estimate? You stated at the outset that the first bids that came back were over the budgeted amount. How does this amount, the 860, compare with the original budgeted amount?
Sorry, are you asking our Class D and Class C estimates, or are you asking what was tendered, the tendered amounts, what came back from the tenders?
No, sort of the original estimates that we had when we put together the entire project number.
Sure.
as soon as it was.
Sure. Yeah, through the mayor. So the original project number was the Class D. So this was, I believe, in December of last year when we came to council and finalized our budget. I believe it's a bit higher than that number. Like I said, I didn't compare it directly. What I was comparing was our most recent Class C estimate, which was done in March. So there was some escalation from original Class D, but again, as you go through the design process, we decided to buy the apparatus bay, for example, and that was an additional cost. We decided to insulate the apparatus bay because the trucks, there's water in there and they have to be maintained. They can't freeze, they have to maintain a certain temperature, so it made sense to insulate the building. So there was some scope changes, and so it's not surprising. I would add we made sure there was a contingency in that budget, and we're still well within that contingency. So it did increase from the Class D to the Class C estimate in March. However, but it's well within our budget allowance, if you will.
Thank you.
Mr. Morwood, you used the word the firefighters were making some sacrifices in order to not require the modular unit. But what are we sacrificing? Because 2 years is actually a long time, and training is really important. So I'm just curious about whether those sacrifices should be addressed in the 2021 budget, or whether we can truly live without them.
I'll ask Mr. Foote to respond.
Hi, Aaron Foote, Deputy Fire Chief, District Squamish Fire Rescue. Through to Mayor Elliott. Yeah, there's going to be some challenges with our training. We've sat down as a team and come up with some solutions to that. It is a roughly two-year project. So looking at ways to counter that, we thought of using the truck bays, rolling the trucks out, and setting up the temporary classroom needs in the truck bay. Or there's other options, like as far as using Hall 2's classroom. It adds some logistical challenges going in between the classroom and the training ground. And then there's also other district facilities that we've contemplated using, like evenings or weekends, or maybe some free space in other facilities that we can use. So, that's kind of the gist of it. And then we've also, like Jesse was saying, gone with an insulated shelter rather than uninsulated. So that should help in operating costs, where uninsulated and heating through the winter months would definitely increase our operating costs. So lots of value engineering along the way, but yeah, we've really sat down and tried to figure out ways to mitigate any concerns with not having a classroom.
Okay, so it's sustainable, you feel, Mr. Foote?
Through Mayor Elliott, yes, we think we can manage without the classroom for the 2 years.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Council, does someone want to put a motion forward? Council French, you're moving the motion, seconded by Council Race. Any comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
We're moving on to the mutual aid agreements. These have been required under the pandemic response. They are with Pemberton, Lions Bay, and Whistler. Who is presenting? Mr. Buxton. Is he there? Anybody got a joke? That's always dangerous in a council meeting. Don't tell a joke.
Chris promised us music, a fresh composition.
Still working on it.
You could have made your debut today, Councillor Peng.
Yeah. We'll see. Not today. We won't see today, but at some point.
The time we need the elevator music, just like in the quiz show. Da, 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 da. Waiting for the
A little
answer.
message that says, stay tuned. Oh, he's here in person. He's just walked in the room. This is crazy.
Shared information about our respective facilities, so we know what we're sending our staff to, and likewise, if staff are coming to us from other municipalities, they know what they're getting into. It will not affect any of the other, it sits above and beside all of the existing mutual aid agreements that we have with respect to fire and others that are under development. And I'm currently working on a similar agreement with the SLRD for water and sewer. So that really is the very short, brief summary of the mutual aid agreement, looking for council's approval.
Councillor Pengill?
I think Mr. Buxton mostly answered my question, but I was curious why the SLRD, or at least Area D, wasn't part of this and why it's its own thing.
We were a little bit more advanced, and there are some potential slightly different wrinkles that we need to deal with the SLRD, but that's a work in progress.
Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. I was wondering if there's any relationship or relevance of, to the emergency planning work that we have addressed over recent months. Is it referenced, or could it be referenced? Is there relevance to the emergency planning work?
Yes, Megan is aware of this agreement, and what it does is it provides us the potential for more resources if we need them at some point.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other questions, I'll move the motion if someone wants to second it. Seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Buxton. Nice to actually see you. The next up is the UBCM 2020 Community Excellence Awards. I believe you're presenting this one.
Simply is that UBCM has this awards program to demonstrate for programs or projects that have demonstrated excellence. In this year particularly, it has a stream for projects that have been addressing the impacts of the pandemic. So we were thinking that the Wynayoke Bridge to Housing, supportive housing project would be an ideal project to submit to this. Holly Coots is doing the legwork on this to support me putting this in by July 10th, but we do need the resolution. So we're simply seeking that resolution so we can go ahead with the award application.
Any questions? Councillor Pengill?
Well, just one comment. In talking to other people and other counselors in other communities, and maybe it just doesn't qualify as a project, but the fact that some of our staff, rather than being laid off, are working for at some of our community organizations, people are really surprised, and they like, oh, we should have thought of that. How can we do that? And that is the thing that's been really exciting for people as well. So I wonder if that is an additional opportunity.
We still have time to bring that one back for a council resolution prior to the deadline. So I too flagged that one when we were doing agenda planning, Councillor Pettengill, because I think it is a really innovative response that I think more UBCM members would be curious about. So we'll see on that one. All right. Someone want to move this motion? Moved by Councillor Ray, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next up is 9C1. This is borrowing approval for the fall 2020 Municipal Finance Authority debt issue. And I believe Ms. Boxroot is going to appear again to walk us through this.
Hi there. Just loading up the presentation now.
Thank you.
All right, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody can see me?
Yes, we can.
Right. Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Heather Boxroot, Chief Financial Officer, and I will be presenting a brief introduction and summary of the 2020 Municipal Finance Authority annual debt issuance. Just for some background, Section 182 of the Community Charter requires council resolution for the FLRD to undertake debt issuance with the Municipal Finance Authority on the district's behalf. It is very important to note that this debt issuance has been approved by Council by the way of loan authorization bylaw, has been approved by the Inspector of Municipalities, and has been incorporated into the approved 2020 5-year financial plan. The planned 2020 annual debt issuance is $14 million. $8 million is from the general fund, which is 2.7 per year tax revenue requirement, and $6 million is from the utilities and solid waste. This will bring the total debt in 2020 to $38 million and will increase the debt servicing by $1.66 million annually. As outlined in the financial plan presentation earlier in the year, the total debt servicing will be $4.8 million in 2020. As a reminder, legislation requires that debt servicing be limited to 25% of tax revenues in a year. However, the District of Squamish Financial Plan guidelines and policies limits that debt servicing lower to 20% of revenues. As well, the internal policy limits borrowing projects to over $300K. When incorporating the 2020 issuance, debt servicing will be 9%, so leaving 11% remaining in the internal debt servicing policy. The MFA allows for debt amortization period terms in increments of 5, 10, 15, and 20 years. And staff recommends the amortization period terms based on a balance of aligning debt payments with the asset's estimated useful life, smoothing spikes in payments and reducing interest as much as possible. So I will then bring it back over to Council. That's the end of my presentation. So if anybody has any questions.
Are there any questions? Councillor Pettengill.
Maybe just a bit of a quick comment, and I get that we have sort of already discussed this largely, but I did, as I was looking through this, kind of wish I had a bit better understanding of what debt was retiring, just for that context piece. And I don't know exactly how you could display that intelligently, but I just kind of wish I sort of knew as I saw these new debts coming on board, how existing ones were falling off and just understanding that a little bit better. So
through the mayor, so in terms of debt retirement, it's also based into the financial plan. So as the terms over the 5, 15, 10, and 20 amortization, as they retire, you will see the financial debt servicing will slightly go up because of as those some retire and you have more projects that are being completed and going into debt servicing, you'll see that percent increase. So it's basically baked right into the financial plan. And we can certainly add some transparency into, what exactly the debt is being retired at the budget cycle time, the financial planning time.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Do we need to move these separately, Ms. Arthurs? There's a lot of them. Okay. So does someone want to move all of these resolutions? Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Race. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We are now on to item 9D, Community Services. Is there any required update from the EOC Emergency Operations Center around the pandemic? We can't hear you, Ms. Glenday. Can you move closer to your microphone?
How's that?
That's better.
Okay, thanks. Sorry. Natasha Goldbeck is on the line, General Manager of Community Services, to provide.
You're going to have to put that right by your mouth. We keep losing you.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Natasha Goldbeck will be providing an update on behalf of Megan Latimer around a brief EOC update. I will let you know that the EOC level 1 is remaining open for now, and we'll continue to update council on what that looks like going forward.
Okay. Thank you. Is Ms. Goldbeck on the line? We've lost Ms. Goldbeck. Okay. So maybe while we retrieve Ms. Goldbeck again.
Can you hear me now?
Now we
Okay.
can.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. I will provide a brief update then. If you'll just give me a second to pull it up. So as I mentioned, the EOC remains open at level 1, which is our lowest level. It's a maintaining level. Still good? Okay.
But Natasha showed up, so.
And okay, this is not what we need.
I got booted off, Linda.
Okay, EOC efforts currently include communication with DOS staff and the public, coordinating across departments around restart efforts, recovery and building resiliency, business continuity, and then continued implementation support of public health officer orders, addressing public health challenges around forgive me. And then as well as partially closing Darrell Bay parking lot to reduce crowding at nearby attractions. So that turned out to be a good news story. Megan was able to ensure that between the province and the gondola that they will be paying for the medians that are required there, the barriers, and also the installation. So it came at no cost to the district. And part of the parking lot will be closed off. There will still be access to the water for those that are needing it, as well as, of course, the private residents. And that will ideally support the gondola and BC Parks to keep
numbers down. That's the idea.
Thank you.
And I see Ms. Goldbeck is on the line. I think I've covered it all, Natasha.
Great. Yeah, I got kicked off. I can answer any questions about Darrell Bay if anybody has anything they want to ask.
No, she's on mute.
No, we can hear. We could hear you, Natasha. Does anybody have any questions around the EOC update? Okay. Do you have to move receipt of that update? No, it's just a verbal update. Okay, so thank you. We do have a letter from Bonnie Henry later in the agenda, so maybe Ms. Goldbeck, you can hang on because I might have questions about that one. Okay, so our consent agenda is in front of us. So if there's any minutes or letters you wish to pull, now is the time to do it. Or if you're in conflict on any item, Councillor Race. Yep. Be on mute. There you go.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to pull C5.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
I'd like to pull Committee of the Whole minutes for July 9 and letter from the Broom family C4, traffic on Perth.
Anything else? Okay, so with those items removed, letter 4, 5, and the minutes from June 9th, we'll deal with the letters under item 12, and we'll deal with the minutes under item 13. Right? Okay. With that, someone to move the consent agenda. Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We have a number of items of correspondence under action requested. There is a letter from Reese Reynolds about the Brackendale store development, and that be referred to the planning department for the development permit hearing and to the mayor for response, which is not usual, but I'm happy to respond. Reese is 10, and I always love it when our youth express their opinions to council, so I'm happy to do that. Does someone want to move that? Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We have another letter about the swimming pool closure request, and that this be referred to the Director of Recreation for consideration in the Phase 3 restart. I know some people are getting impatient about this, but it is not easy to open these facilities back up, and so we're going to ask for people's forbearance while we go through all the protocols and requirements. But we will refer this to the Director of Recreation. That is moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Anderson. All those. Did you have a question, Councillor Anderson? I can't read your lips. I have not developed that skill yet.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment that Ms. Jardine Oram has, in fact, some fairly substantial credentials in this field. And I think that a conversation would be welcome between our staff and Ms. Jardine Oram. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is a letter about safe routes to school. I believe this was in the Valleycliff area related to the Waldorf School, that be referred to the Director of Engineering. That is, I'll move that. Seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. We have a letter here from Dr. Henry. She provided information to all municipalities about public health orders related to encampments or those who are precariously housed, and that this be referred to the General Manager of Community Services. I do have a question about this one, though, before we make that motion. Ms. Goldbeck, if you're still on the line.
I am, yeah.
And we've talked a lot about our our van dwelling community, and we know that there are groupings of vans appearing in the municipality. It concerns me that some of those folks don't have access to good hygiene facilities, showers, washrooms. And so I wonder if through Dr. Henry's letter, we have an opportunity here to develop more of a solution. We do have empty campgrounds right now, that sort of thing. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but like, is this a way we can support those folks that need it?
Certainly. Yeah, it would be great if council had the opportunity to comment here on what staff are planning in terms of mitigation to this issue. And maybe I'll just provide a little bit of background about our authority to enforce this issue, just as a reminder and for any public who are listening. We did pass a camping bylaw last year that had a schedule of enforceable areas. Those were the high impact zones in terms of environmental sensitivity, and also reflected the areas that we were seeing the highest concentration of vehicle camping. So it did not cover our entire district boundaries, but the remainder of the community we had the option of enforcement through the traffic bylaw, which prohibits sleeping in vehicles as well as leaving a vehicle in place for 72 hours. Which is an option, but it's limited. At the time when we passed the camping bylaw, we did not increase the campground capacity on the low-cost end of the camping spectrum, and we were aware that there was going to be demand for additional capacity at that end of the spectrum. We worked with our partners at Flinro to develop additional campground capacity, but we agreed that we were going to monitor it for a year and see what the impact of the camping bylaw was and give ourselves an opportunity to assess as well as contend resource constraints. I'll note also that the overall campground capacity in the community is not full through the high season, but the vacancies are typically at the higher end of the cost spectrum. This year, the volume of vehicle camping did increase quite suddenly upon the impact of the pandemic. It's always high, but it happened quite suddenly and was more concentrated this year. And what we're hearing is that people from the Lower Mainland who lost their jobs and then subsequently gave up or lost their accommodations opted to live in their vehicles in Squamish until the economy recovered. So we are seeing an influx related to the pandemic. The areas that are outside of the schedule to the camping bylaw are a challenge to enforce. We typically don't police this issue overnight, and people do move their vehicles every 72 hours to avoid being ticketed under the traffic bylaw. Things are fairly close to normal now in terms of resources for people living in their vehicles, and we were certainly light on enforcement through the spring because of the impact of COVID and the economic hardship people were experiencing. But we are sort of getting back to normal now, and we're experiencing congregations of campers in urban areas. And then, as you indicated, Mayor Elliott, of particular note is that these congregations are real public health hazards. We are still in a pandemic, and the lack of sanitation available in these groupings is a real hazard. And the public health officer's letter did advise municipalities to be able to provide sanitation as a risk mitigation measure. And she mentioned vehicle dwellers in her letter. So what staff are doing to mitigate this issue, we're proceeding to open the municipal campground in about a week. Next sort of Tuesday, Wednesday, we'll be ready. We're just staffing up and developing some protocols. We're also proposing to introduce a subsidized rate for recipients of the SERB benefit or income assistance recipients to align with our low-income access program in recreation, which is a 50% rate reduction, which would amount to about $13.25 a night. One consideration in implementing this model is that we want to avoid the kind of weekenders from accessing this amenity and really preserve capacity for people who are long-term vehicle dwelling in our community. So to achieve this, we're planning to have monthly rentals only at the municipal campground. The total rate will be, under the benefit, will be about $400 a month, which aligns very closely with the shelter portion for income assistance. And so if somebody was coming up just for the weekend, they wouldn't pay the $400. They would go to a private campground. It would make more sense for them. So once we have the campground open and the subsidized rate in place, then Bylaw and RCMP will advise campers in urban area that this is available, and that enforcement of the traffic bylaw will begin in earnest, including overnight enforcement if needed. And enforcement of the camping bylaw schedule areas will continue as normal.
Thank you. Any questions, Council? Council Pettengill?
A couple things. So, I gather in prior years, there was a portion always of people who vehicle dwelling or van dwelling is one of their few options, but a very large portion of, tourists. Have we seen that sort of completely flip now this year? And it is a very high level of people that, this is a sole option and very low numbers of weekenders tourists?
No, I wouldn't say, through the chair, I wouldn't say that we've seen it totally flip, but we do have a tool to better manage the people who are here for the weekend, because they typically don't go to Pioneer Way. They'll go to the Mamquam FSR or, a similar sort of recreation-focused area where we have the camping bylaw to be able to ask those people to move along and do some public education, campground availability. So there is a little less of that right now, and I think people have been, with the exception of the long weekends, which were quite busy, people have been, appreciating the pandemic restrictions to not travel non-essentially, but we are certainly seeing a bit of an increase in people who are living out of their vehicles, especially in the urban areas.
And then just on the, so I get the general rationale behind the $400 number, but I wonder if a lower number would be sufficient to help mitigate weekenders, but not take up, the whole amount and try and leave as much room as possible for people who really need that money.
So you mean to provide a reduced rate also for the weekenders to encourage them to go to a campground?
No, sorry. So as I understood the campground rate, we were looking at a monthly rate, and it would be $400, and that would dissuade the weekenders. And I would just wonder if a $200 rate, for example, would be sufficient to turn away a weekender, but take less money out of the pocket of people who are really, really struggling.
Certainly, yeah. I think depending on how long people stay for, spending $200 on a campsite for a weekend is typically not the market rate. I'd say maybe $30 a night, something like that, is about the weekend or the nightly rate for a market campground. The benefit of having it be at the 50% rate, and certainly we're open to changing this, is that it does align with the income assistance rate. And so for folks who are receiving income assistance, $375 of that is allocated to the shelter portion. And if they're not spending that, then they don't get to use that for something else. So that typically is the amount when you're providing a subsidized housing option that you shoot towards somewhere in the ballpark.
All right. So motion to refer this letter to the General Manager of Community Services to inform our response. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for that update, Ms. Golbeck. We have a late addition to our correspondence. This is from Mr. Gracie. The Trail Society is applying for another grant to help with our trail smoothing so that they are more accessible for all ages and abilities. So this is a recommendation that the Mayor write a letter of support to accompany the Squamish Trail Society grant application for the New Horizons for Seniors program, which I would be very happy to do. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Anderson. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, we have letter 4. That was Councillor Anderson.
Yes, thank you. This is a letter from Espen and Maren Bruin regarding traffic on Perth. It is a short letter, but it's not the first. We've received a few over the, probably going back a year. I have a question or a comment that perhaps may be passed on to staff, and I do wish to propose or to move that we refer this to staff. And that is, it's my recollection that we had a presentation on this precinct and a plan, and that we would perhaps as council be interested in an update as to the status of that plan and its success during or in the near future while we have this busy season for that trailhead. I wish to make another comment other than inquiring about an update with respect to the initiatives that were undertaken. And that is, as a Hospital Hill resident, I'm conscious that I know nothing about Garibaldi Highlands. But I do perceive here in this vicinity at the head of Perth some problems that we had in my neighborhood 15 to 20 years ago. And the solution was resident-only parking and a new parking lot for the climbing community. That was a major investment. It took a lot of partnerships, but that in fact brought a long-standing solution. And even though we've lost some of our signs with roadworks and water mains going through here, there has been that discipline and opportunity and options that were created with that solution, which was tough. It took some years, but we went through a struggle in my neighborhood here on Vista Crescent and Northridge Drive, very similar to Perth, it seems to me. So I just wanted to pass on those two comments that perhaps an update would be timely, as we have been hearing from the Bruin family more than once recently, and just to pass on my observation from my own part of the world, part of the district. Thank you. I'll move that we refer this to staff.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Race, you had letter 5 that you pulled.
Thank you. And I was hoping that Mr. Velanishkas would be on the meeting. And I don't, so there he is. Okay, good. I wanted to pull this just to be clear about the process relating to that particular parcel of land, District Lot 509-510, and how it fits with the OCP and growth management boundary and so forth, as well as the information that I had that there was actually an application for redevelopment in and where that's going. And so maybe if I could turn it over to Mr. Velanishkas to kind of give us that information, and then I'll have some comments afterwards. That's okay.
Sure. Through you, Chair. So we do have an application, another application similar to what was applied for in 2017. This application is for an OCP amendment on District Lot 509, and it is to extend the growth management boundary and remove the future residential neighborhood designation from that parcel. So we received the application, I believe, in January of this year. The application was assigned in March, and it was right around the time when the COVID pandemic happened. So that had impacted the processing time for this application for sure. Mainly, we were getting ready to give direction on a public information meeting. And then, of course, public information meetings were suspended for a couple of months. We are now testing the new platforms or the platform story maps. So we've got 3 projects that are kind of less significant or that are going through that process. We're going to report back to council, I believe, in July, which is early July is when the 3rd project wraps up its period of 30 days. So after that, we're going to report back to council on the effectiveness of that platform. before we open it up for other applications. And at that point, I'm not sure, if the provincial direction on social gatherings is going to change. So what we communicate to the applicant is that if the provincial direction doesn't change in the near future on gatherings, then we would look at permitting electronic use of the public information meeting platform after we report back to council. So that's where we're at the moment with that application.
Go ahead, Councillor Reese.
Thank you. I found a little bit of this a little bit confusing. I mean, first of all, I think it's the third access they're talking about, not the second, unless we lost one in the last little while. And when you look at the maps, this refers to what would essentially be an internal road across DL 509 or 510, connecting more or less the north part of the Highlands to the top of Dowwood Drive. This goes back, for me at least, I think it was actually towards the end of my second term or just at the start of last term that Mr. Chima brought the issue to council about this 22,500 person number that related to that property. And prior to the OCP that we passed last term, that property had a condition around it, and I guess it was in the OCP at that time, which said that there'd be no development in that property until the population reached 22,500. And he brought it to council and to see if that could be waived. Of course, we can do that if we choose to. And my recollection, I think it was about a 4-3 vote. And I know at the time I voted in favor of getting rid of that, only because at that time, that property was the only property in the district that had that condition. And I just didn't think that was fair. It failed, it stayed on, and then in the next term, which was last term, we had the OCP revised and passed, and that, with the growth management boundary, that provision now applies to every property outside the growth management boundary pretty well. So the issue of fairness, for me at least, is now gone, and so now I'm just thinking about planning principles. So at the moment, the OCP says that after 22,500 population is reached, a property that's outside the growth management boundary can make application and start going through the process, and they have criteria for significant public benefit and stuff, and I won't repeat it all, to allow them to try to develop sooner rather than wait for the population to hit 34,000. So in discussions we had with that, and that 22,500 was not an oversight, it was not fine print. We probably discussed that and the growth management boundary more than any other single issue in the OCP last term. So those were all considered, and that 22,500 number stayed in there. So this has come along now, and we've had suggestions about we should get this study or that study or do this or that. But my recollection from conversations last term was that unless there was some change to the provision in the OCP, planning staff really weren't going to move very far at all with an application until the population hits 22,500. And as we know, January, the province announced it actually dropped a little bit, apparently, to somewhere between 20 and 21,000. So we're not at that number today. So I think for clarity, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Belanishkas, it seems to me the first decision that has to be made in this thing is by council whether or not they want to hold to that 22,500 figure, which I think would stop that proposal in its tracks, or whether they're prepared to waive that and open up the other criteria in the OCP about significant public benefit and so forth to entertain consideration of this proposal. And so I was trying to clarify that particular point in the process, which was my purpose of pulling the letter.
Through you, Chair. So yes, that is the first test is whether we pass the 22,500. And we are, there's the provincial stats which indicate that we are at 20,800. Now the Stats Canada has come out with a different, more recent number, which is 22,397. So we're getting closer to that 22,500 number, but we're not there yet, and it's unclear what the current state of the health emergency is going to mean in population growth in the next couple of years, but we will see. So there's a bit of a discrepancy between the provincial and the federal numbers, and we understand that the federal numbers may be more accurate than the provincial ones because there were some funding changes in the provincial scheme. So we're getting close, but we are not there yet. And then there's the list of requirements that would need to be in place when we are at 22,500, and those relate to district policy work that's still ongoing. But regardless of that, we still have to take it through the process before we arrive to council in order to make sure that public input is also considered. And we did get 10 requests for a public information meeting through our website. So our policy dictates that at that point, we have to hold a public information meeting.
Councillor Rice, I don't want to spend too much time on this, so.
Well, fair enough. And I hadn't heard about the 22,000 odd number. That's new to me. So it was just a matter of clarifying the process, understanding where we are. And I wasn't intending to deal with all of the other letters that are under that particular heading. But I'm happy to leave it at that point.
Okay, thank you. So motion, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, just one further point. I appreciate Councillor Rice pulling this letter and providing that clarity, Mr. Bylaw. My question is just also to clarify, there seems to be some confusion that the application that has been made by the proponent is not simply to build a road. It is asking for an OCP amendment and rezoning. And that was not necessarily the language in the petition that was submitted. So I just wanted to clarify, for if there's anybody watching, that the application is not necessarily simply to build a road. It is for an OCP amendment. Is that correct?
That is my understanding as well, that in our discussions over email with the applicant, that it's always been this new proposal to build the road is still connected to their OCP amendment.
Thank you.
Councillor Pettengill?
Yeah, just quickly. So I understand the request for a public hearing, and with a lot of developments, it's sort of on the proponent. The proponent holds it and does it.
Public hearing, it's a public information meeting.
Sorry, pardon me, public information meeting. With the issues that people are talking about here, though, it seems much broader than just this one project, sort of much larger impacts and information that I think is maybe not correct, or definitely different perspectives on that. So do we have any process or inclination to somehow have our own information session or be a bigger participant in these going forward, or do we just stay hands off and deal with things later?
Well, staff will certainly bring this application forward with their recommendation, Councillor Pettengill. But Mr. Valeniskis, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, really quickly through you, Chair. The public information meetings now, the district is much more involved than we used to be with the in-person ones. And with the in-person ones, we just kind of make sure that the right information is being prepared by the applicant, and then we're there as an observer at the meeting. The new platform we're using, we're providing a lot of our district analysis on, here's the bylaws, here's the policy that applies, and then the applicant supplies some of the information like a presentation of their proposal. So it's a bit of a balance now between the applicant's information and the district. So we're more involved than we used to be.
Okay. Motion to receive the letter Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Race. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We've got recommendations from minutes. Councillor Anderson, you pulled the minutes from committee of the whole, but are any of the recommendations impacted by why you pulled your minutes? I'm not going to deal with your minutes until item 14, which is business arising.
Yes, there's no impact.
All right. So the first is the Victoria Street pedestrian bridge design. That council support the overall design concept with the conditions that there's... Oh, Councillor Race. You are in conflict. You have to actually take yourself off mute.
Little pop-up gets in the way. Sorry. Oh, this is the one I have a conflict in. Declared a conflict the last time we discussed this. Do we want to do this now, or can we do it at the end of this list of things so I can just check out of the meeting generally?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Sorry. I'll move it to the end. We're not dealing with that one first. Pesticide use. That council directs staff to bring forward a bylaw governing the use of pesticides and herbicides in the district on private property and municipal land. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. That the District of Squamish approve the electric vehicle charging infrastructure plan. That is moved by me, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. We just did that one. We skipped over the first one. Sorry, I'm talking to our minute taker. We did the pesticide one. Now we've just done charging. Did I call the question? Oh, I did. Okay. The 2021-22 multi-year financial plan for the RCMP. That council received the multi-year financial plan for information, and that we write a letter to the UBCM Local Government Contract Management Committee and respective ministers outlining our interest in seeking alternative transformative financing mechanisms to support community safety across the province.
Mayor, I had different votes on those. We can split those two resolutions.
That council received the 2021-2022 RCMP multi-year financial plan for information. Moved by Councillor Race, seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Pettengill opposes. Motion carries. That we write a letter to the contract committee and respective ministers outlining some alternatives for ensuring community safety across the province. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Pettengill. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Business arising from the minutes. No. We have to do the last one. Councillor Race.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm in conflict in this, as mentioned earlier. I'm a potential purchaser in that development, and so will be excusing myself from this meeting. Do you know what time you're going to start the closed, so I can just go back into the closed at that time?
We'll start at 4:30. Give everyone a break.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just check out. Leave event. Hang on a sec. Leave event.
Is he gone? Can you tell, Sandra? He's gone. Okay. That we approve the overall design concept for the Victoria Street pedestrian bridge, that we request an ADP review, that we look at mitigation of night sky impacts, that Squamish Nation be considered in the design elements, and also consider the context to the active transportation network. That is moved by Councillor French, seconded by me. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Stoner and Councillor Pettengill opposed. Motion carries. Okay, now, item 14. You pulled the June 9th Committee of the Whole minutes. Councillor Anderson.
Yes, my purpose is to ask a question. Now, the original version proposed in the way of a recommendation was that council support the overall design concept proposed for the Victoria Street pedestrian bridge and provides the following comments. Our minute taker has included 4 comments or points. I have checked the videotape. We did indeed cover these points, among others. I noted Ms. Stratus and Mr. Merrill took notes very attentively. I noticed that through the meeting. With respect to the design elements point that's included there, the emphasis on my part, and I was not alone in this, was on strategy for the cultural interpretive elements that would include Squamish Station consultation. Although my purpose here is not to suggest an amendment, I'm happy as is. The bridge is a busy area for story opportunities. Another element that I did focus on myself was on transit for construction and dredging and so on. But my question is it necessary to include all comments or attempt to, even as here a selection of comments in the motion, especially where there's quite a number? I probably listed 12 points trying to capture those issues of consensus. It's a major project, and there were a number of things to discuss and consider. So this is my question for the benefit of our minute takers in future. When we have a motion like this that identifies comments, we do capture a good number of them in the discussion. So I'm just wondering, just to satisfy my curiosity, what is the best practice here? We have been trying to encourage a little bit of discipline on our part in registering our comments, recording them, make sure we have consensus and understanding of what our main comments were from our discussion. So that's my question. For the purpose of the minute taker, is it necessary to include all comments or to attempt to?
No, we did discuss this as a council, and where there was consensus on key points, they would be captured in motions. However, staff are noting all comments and taking those away for consideration as things move forward. So the comments aren't lost, but not everything has consensus around it. So the minute takers are looking for those items, and the chairs should call these out where multiple councillors have spoken to the same issue, and then staff still record all the other comments so that we don't necessarily see them all captured, but staff take them all under consideration.
Sure. We actually had consensus on more than these, and this is why I'm curious, is because it is a selection, even a selection among those points that we had consensus on. I'll leave it at that. I was just curious about best practice here, because there is some potential perhaps for the public to maybe perhaps be misled about or miss something from our conversation as reflected in this motion. Thank you.
So I did ask before we voted on that motion whether your pulling the minutes had anything to do with the motions we were going to cover under item 13. So in future, if you want to comment on a motion, you should probably comment on it at the time so that it can be amended or changed before we vote on it. That would be best practice.
Very good. I knew in advance that I wasn't going to be proposing an amendment to the motion, but I'll keep that in mind.
Okay, thank you. That we receive the minutes from June 9th Committee of the Whole. That is moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. We do not have any other items. Are there any open council or staff announcements before we go to the closed? Councillor Patton, go.
Thank you. Two things. One, attended the last Community Climate Action Plan meeting, and sort of wondering what I'm going to do with my Wednesday evenings now, because I've really enjoyed those. But Quest is holding a lecture, as I understand it, in partnership with our library and the Whistler Library, sort of looking at, everything that we're dealing with, COVID and climate change, and how people can deal with that. So I think that's a good opportunity to fill up that Wednesday evening time slot. And I also just want to call out 3 municipalities, Bowen Island, Village of Gibsons, and District of West Van, have all passed resolutions either in support of our wood fiber LNG resolution, stating their opposition to the project, or stating opposition to the extension. And Gibsons in particular referenced our resolution and called out support for it. So, just want to highlight that I think we are in good company, and the sentiment that we have and the analysis we've done seems to be shared by a lot of our neighbors.
Thank you, Councillor Pettengill. Any other announcements? Councillor Herford.
Thank you. On the weekend, I was able to attend a new trail opening in Squamish, and it's called Mickey's Magic, and is commemorative for Michaela Martin, who passed away recently. It was great to be up there with the Martin family and her ski family as well. She was an accomplished alpine athlete, and if you get a chance, go up there, take your family up there. It's a beautiful spot, and it's up on Alice Ridge. I'm sure you've got everyone out there has their platforms to find out exactly these locations. And it's a part of the mountain that it's a part of our backcountry or front country, I guess, that hasn't been used a lot, and it's great for families. And I think the current record for laps in a day is something at like 21, held by the trail builder's daughter, Scarlett. So and she showed me all the hotlines. So there's a beautiful sign at the start, and it's a great commemorative piece. So thank you to the family for the invitation and the trail builder.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Herford. I've heard nothing but great things about people who've ridden that trail and how much fun it is and what a great tribute it is to her. So thank you very much. Others? Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, just briefly flagging for Council and the public that the Fraser Basin Council's initiative of co-creating a Sustainable BC, which is their youth initiative on trying to engage youth in how we co-create a Sustainable BC. We'll be having their wrap-up event next week on Tuesday, June 23rd, starting at 4:30. And there was a specific cohort from the Sea to Sky region, and they did a project focused on zero waste. If folks are interested, if you want to fill in your Tuesday evening next week, that's an option to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Stoner. Anyone else? All right, I have a few. There was a virtual World Oceans Day celebration last Monday that was outstanding. One of our residents, Minna, coordinated a whole bunch of folks that provided resources, videos, speakers to schools, and that's all on her webpage, Blue Mar for Change. The How Sound, it's not resource guide, is it? Now I wish Councillor...
Reference guide.
Reference guide, thank you. That was the R word I was looking for, Councillor Anderson. Put together a storytelling evening, which was attended by a lot of people, and it was actually really quite magical. And I know I stayed with it for the 2 hours it was on. It was really a great event. So thank you to all the community groups that are working so hard to still create community. And even though we can't meet face to face, I really appreciate all those efforts when you're just speaking to the virtual world and you don't know your impact that you're having. But I think these folks had a really big impact on World Oceans Day. I was at the carbon engineering groundbreaking last Thursday. That was just really heartwarming. It was pouring rain, but it was heartwarming to turn the soil on what will anchor the oceanfront development going forward. So that was very exciting, and Minister Ralston was able to join us in person for that. I want to acknowledge that students from the high school have been walking across the stage in cohorts of 40 this week. I know it's not what parents wanted or students wanted, but I hope that all of these families are creating good memories around commencement this year. It is a big deal to graduate from high school. I was able to record my speech to the graduates on Friday evening. I gave it to the principal and a few tech guys, so hopefully when students get the recording of everything all connected, that not everyone will fast forward through it. I did my best to be inspirational. big news yesterday that we were selected as a Foundry location, and $800,000 is coming to Sea to Sky Community Services to implement the Foundry model at our new youth hub on Buckley Avenue. And that is a tremendous accomplishment and is going to be such a magical asset for the wellness of our youth, 12 to 24, that they have services focused just on them at that location. So I'm over the moon happy about that. And also to all those people that are driving gas-powered vehicles, Mr. Ralston announced yesterday that he has directed the BC Utilities Commission to look specifically at several communities around the province where gas prices are so high, it's hard to explain why, and Squamish was one of them. So I want to thank the community because when the council writes a letter to the minister to get attention on this issue, it's one letter. When all the community starts to write letters, it starts to get heard. And sometimes people think that those letters don't have impact, but they do. And so I want to really thank our community for their advocacy on this issue. Certainly, I'll be following up to understand the details of what they'll be studying and what it looks like. But it was good news that we might actually get a little bit more transparency into why our gas prices are continually higher than our neighbors, both south and north of us. So, and finally, on Thursday, I am attending a web info session on preventing and responding to labor trafficking and labor exploitation, which actually is an issue in the Sea to Sky corridor. This has been raised to my attention, and this webinar is being organized by one of our locals through the Welcome Center. And so I am looking forward to learning more about our responsibility as a local government to keep our eyes and ears open and how we help prevent that sort of exploitation going on. So looking forward to learning more about that. So I did tell Council Race we'd be in the closed in 2 minutes, but that's not going to happen. So anyway, Council, I will entertain a motion to close. Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.